Okay, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is October 10th, 2023. And we have with us 6 board members. Mr. Dunford will be joining us later. And we have a very full agenda tonight. But before I get into that, I just want to just briefly say some of us just came from Unified Soccer, the State Unified Soccer Tournament. And what a great program Unified Soccer is. We had one school, Harriman, that made it to state and other schools that were in playoffs last week. But just a great reminder of all of the great things we have in our schools every single day. So with that, we will jump in to our agenda. We need to have a brief closed session at the beginning. So can I get a motion?
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards. Roll call vote. Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Ms. Richards?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that passes unanimously, and we will go into closed session. Okay, we are back in study session. Thank you for your patience while we had a brief closed session. We are also joined now by Mr. Dunford. So we will start with our first study session item, and that's an update on our Portrait of a Graduate and Strategic Plan Committee report, and welcome Miss Carolyn Goff to the table. And I have asked her to give our update.
Thank you. This is just a quick, brief update. There's no slides associated with this. It's just a reminder of where we are. The last time that the steering committee met was on September 21st. And the objective of that meeting was to review the large amounts of data that we received back from the survey. There were over 20,000 survey responses.
Wow.
From students, parents, guardians, community members, teachers, staff members, administrators, board members, everybody who took that survey. 20,000, I might add, was more than Ed Elements have seen in a long time. So we got quite a bit of community feedback. Over 220 people participated in focus groups. 27 focus groups were conducted, and we understand there's 2 more focus groups that will include some of the teachers and parents on some of our Jordan committees on October 30th, so we'll even have a couple more. And the whole point of that steering committee meeting was to take all of that data, all of the collected feedback, and to organize it into 7 domains, and then work with it within the steering committee to look at identifying trends, to look at root cause analysis. They reviewed some of our own mission, vision, values in relation to some of the data that was presented. And then from that, the steering team came up with some thoughts, some trends, which Ed Elements then created challenge statements. These are full sentences that help us identify some of our issues that we're wanting to work on and move forward with. So that's, Ed Elements have shared their challenge statements with us. We've had a chance as an impact team to review those, and we weekly meet with Ed Elements, and then the next time that the steering committee meets will be on November 3rd to do a little bit more work with those challenge statements. So that's where we are.
Dr. Godfrey.
If I could just add to that, I appreciate that summary. There have been a lot of benefits to having Ed Elements do this. One of them is that they're able to give us some context and perspective on the responses. And the response rate is one thing that Ms. Goff mentioned. And they were very impressed with the student response rate, with the parent response rate, with the employee response rate. So we feel like we have a really good sampling. They also said, and, we're focused on trends, we're focused on places where we can improve, but they also said that overall, they have not seen more positive responses in their work across the country. So it's really exciting to see that we're working from a positive base to make the best improvements we can moving forward. We can do better. There are lots of things lots of areas where we can improve. We're always working toward that, but it's nice to hear that there's an overwhelmingly positive response, especially in comparison with what they see elsewhere. And there'll be a really detailed breakdown of that data going forward. But what we did in teams that I think was really useful is that Education Elements, that group has read through every comment. Each of them has read through every comment that we received through those 20,000 surveys. As a result, we have outside eyes looking at the trends that emerge from the open-ended comments, not just the response on a scale to a question. And those open-ended responses become very valuable because they categorized all of those open-ended responses and then had these smaller teams on the steering committee read through a certain section, because you can't read every comment like they did in one day, just in that sitting. But in a group, we were then able to read over those open-ended comments that had already been categorized by Education Elements. So we were able to do kind of a deep dive and determine what trends we saw within that topic that Education Elements had identified. And so I've never been involved in a process that had those layers to it, and I really like that they have read everything. They created topics, and then we looked for trends within the topics. I thought that was a very valuable way of honoring the time that people spent on submitting comments and for finding kind of a foothold for us on where we can move forward in meeting those needs and those expectations of our employees, our students, and the community. So they've done a great job of moving us forward, and I don't generally say this, but I look forward to our next all-day meeting. That's not a sentence I generally like to say, but it's been very, very valuable. And the team, I'm very appreciative of those who are serving on that team. We have people who are taking time out of other important things they have to do to help us be better as a district, and it was a very, very rewarding experience, not just to see that data, but to work with other people on the team.
Then, as Ms. Goff mentioned, we asked about how we can involve our JPAC and LEAC committees, and they are planning on October 30th meeting with those committees separately, LEAC in the afternoon, and then JPAC, and get their involvement in the Portrait of a Graduate process. So this last time the steering committee met, it was focused on the strategic plan. The next time they meet, it'll be focused on Portrait of a Graduate. So it'll be really great to get those groups input into our Portrait of a Graduate. And I've talked to Mr. Robinson and Mr. Dumford about that for those committees. That's October 30th. Do you have anything to add?
So if you haven't changed your calendar date for us, make sure you drop the 7th off.
Yeah, so JPAC was going to meet on the 7th, and now they're meeting on the 30th. It'll be virtually, and
Then we won't have one on the 7th. We'll have another one later.
yeah, the plan is 5:30, and then we'll start out and then turn the time over to Education Elements, and then any of us that are on will get off so that they can get good data from these groups. Any other questions?
Are we on schedule? I remember when we were first talking about Portrait of a Graduate, they kind of laid out a schedule for us. Are we still good
Yep.
to go? Like, what is it, next year, or spring or something?
It's
or-
spring, yeah.
And I see the value in using an outside company too. We wouldn't be on schedule if we were doing this ourselves. That's a lot of data.
Well, and just the depth of data that they're giving us is mind-blowing. It's hard to jump into just one subsection with your little group. I can't imagine all of it.
And we're excited for all of you to meet the Education Elements team, and that we have that planned at one of our meetings in November. I can't remember which one. They'll be joining us virtually for that, so you can all meet them. Okay, thank you. Our next agenda item is the Teacher and Student Success Act, otherwise known as the TSSA Plan Framework. Ms. Goff.
So this is, we've been using the same framework for the last several years. This isn't anything new. This is a document that we share with all of our principals, and they can share it as they need. And it just helps them to remember that the purposes, some of the key components that they're to spend their TSSA, the Teacher and Student Success Act money on, are a coaching component, the professional development, and the school-based initiative as the board has laid out. And so we have this updated document. It really just reflects the new school year for next year. But the conditions, the supports, the expectations, the checklists have remained the same. And so there's really not a lot to share that's different or unique. It's just that we seek board approval to be able to move forward to share the next year's documents with schools so that they can begin putting their TSSA plans into action and starting to utilize their data and have a document that they can start working with and putting things into. And so we are the same coaching or the same components are all there. Really, nothing's changed, but we just need to be able to bring it forward so that we can move forward with sharing it with schools. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. But it's a process we've been doing for the last few years.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So the three components, coaching, PD, and school-based, I know when we first put this TSSA framework into place, there was a lot of emphasis on coaching. Is that still where most of this money is going, or is it moved into more school-based initiatives?
It's still a pretty significant amount that they're spending on coaching. The secondary schools and the elementary schools, everyone is using TSSA funds to support instructional coaches in their building. There are a lot of them. We've asked that everybody has at least the equivalent of a full-time coach in their building, if not more than one. And that's where a lot of the funding does go. So several high schools have 2 part-time coaches. Several high schools also have more than 2 coaches that are taking advantage of class periods. They're also including digital coaches into this plan and helping in that regard. The elementary, we have tried to support and pay for a part-time coach, and the schools are expected to make up the difference with their TSSA money. So everybody, all the way through every level, is using a significant amount to help to fund coaches in the buildings. So yeah, that hasn't changed. Still, people are doing that, and then with whatever remains, they're continuing to introduce professional development and/or school-based initiative. We also have a coaching institute that we train, where we continue to train coaches because people shift every year. There are new coaches that come in every year, and our district has maintained the expectation that those coaches need to be endorsed. So we also have been working to endorse new coaches that come in. Both part of it is in the day, but we also have an endorsement program that works after school hours for those who are not currently coaching but would like to become or pick up that coaching endorsement later on. So if somebody comes into a position, especially in a secondary school, that isn't endorsed and they need somebody, we will do that on-the-job training during the school day when they come to these coaching institutes. And that helps us to train them and also prepare them so that they're better ready to know how to help other teachers in their coaching responsibilities. It's become pretty clear from state data that we're receiving the importance of having coaches in our buildings. It's, I think, becoming more and more evident, the value of coaches. Even in the literacy data that we've recently collected, one of the key components that was categorically noticed among high-performing schools was the presence of an excellent coach who could help lead them through the literacy process. And so we're just grateful that remains an expectation and an opportunity in our district, because it really has lent itself well to helping our teachers.
Is there any other questions?
I'd like to ask the superintendent who runs we set a framework. Is it meeting the need as you see it? And if not, where would you suggest some tweaks? And then I'd like to ask the business administrator if we're getting bang for our buck here. Is this the best way to be using these funds, or would you make a recommendation to this board to alter the use of these funds to get more bang for the buck?
I think these are 2 important questions. Is coaching still a focus? Should it be? And are we getting the most out of this money? I have felt very good about the way that the board has approached TSSA in the years since it was put in place. and the coaching emphasis is an essential part of that. What Ms. Goff described is a culture where we are helping support teachers in yet another way. And by having instructional coaches, we're able to help them have targeted support to improve practice. And that's for everyone. That's every teacher, regardless of their level of experience or success, needs a coach. Tiger Woods has always needed a coach. That's the example lots of people use. We all need a coach. We need someone to help us. And TSSA funds, making that a priority, has been a really important element of the plan. At the same time, we have given a high level of flexibility to schools. Now, one of the culture shifts that has had to happen is that over time we've been very cautious about the difference between, hiring someone on 0050 and hiring someone on soft money, as we've called it. So we have switched to calling TSSA a fund that is not soft money, but a fund that you can draw on to hire staff that you need. Because initially, I think there were some schools that had enough money in TSSA to meet their staffing needs, but were hesitant to do so with so-called soft money. Hey, it's all soft money. Year to year, it's all determined on what comes from the legislature and what we're able to do. So what we've done is really emphasized that you can safely hire personnel from TSSA with confidence, the same way that we have started to do with Land Trust years ago. So in answer to your question, I don't think there needs to be any change to what we do. I think administrators of schools have worked closely with principals to help maximize that money. We've also had trainings from John Larson and his staff in principal meeting on how to more accurately estimate what it will cost you to have staff paid for out of TSSA, so you're making the most of those funds. So I really feel like we're moving in a great direction. Principals have done a great job of spending that money thoughtfully, and I like that the board supports that school level decision making, because I think that's in the spirit of what legislators hope for when they put this in place. I will say that cost of coaching will continue to shift gradually as funds increase for TSSA. That burden for paying for coaching will continue to shift to schools, because we got that started initially with grant money, that now TSSA money can continue to pay a little bit more for that. And for those listening, that doesn't mean you have less in TSSA. That means as growth comes, that growth can be moved toward helping pay for coaches so that remains sustainable. It's become an essential element of how we operate and who we are. And so when you're able to say that at all three levels, but at the elementary it's easier to identify, the board supports local decisions on TSSA money. The board supports coaching as an essential element of how we operate. And the board went out for a tax increase to support assistant principals and school psychologists and counselors, so that, as an example, at the elementary level, we have a full-time assistant, full-time counselor, full-time psychologist, and full-time instructional coach. That's why we had large numbers of people applying to work in Jordan District last year, because they know they have the support as a new teacher. So that's perhaps a longer answer than you were looking for, but I think it's going in a great direction, and the board's leadership on this is really a model for balancing out. This is a priority. Instructional coaching needs to be there because we've heard from teachers that they need support, but we are going to have you make decisions at a local level on using that money effectively, and we support principals in feeling confident in hiring staff and using that as personnel money, where in the past we were very cautious about so-called soft money.
The list of things to compare it to could go on forever, but I don't know of anything that would get a replacement bang for the dollar for this. TSSA, from what I've been told from others and the AOSs and principals, seems to be hitting the spot of what they need. So I ask questions, but I don't have a suggestion of a replacement or anything like that.
And to any legislators listening, thank you. This is a great thing, and it's helping our schools.
Does TSSA come up every year for the legislature? They have to approve it every year. When you talk about soft money, I'm not quite sure what you're saying. Is there a possibility it's not going to be there in one particular year? And if so, who controls that?
It depends on how you view the money the legislature gives us. Essentially, if you take one drastic end of the spectrum, anything that is not WPU oriented is subject to be removed. However, there are programs the legislature has repeatedly endorsed, backed up, even with dollars and extra dollars and more dollars every year, that sends the signal that this is continuing. So that while there's no guarantees, there's also no indication that it's going away. The idea of soft money is that it could go away, but certainly there's various degrees of that. Land trust, as an example, has been here for how long? Long time.
Yeah.
A
Late
long
80s.
time. And yet, technically, land trust could be called a soft money source. And yet, history tells us, and the actions of the legislature tell us that that is not as soft as you might think. It's going to keep coming.
The softest
Rely
money
on
is
it.
grant money. Sorry, I didn't mean to
Yeah.
interrupt. Where you say you have a 3-year grant to do this, and you know there's a sunset on that funding. That's really the best definition of soft money, as we refer to it. But as Mr. Larson described, there are lots of things that aren't automatic, but that are, it would be an incredible shift not to see that funded by the legislature.
If I may, the other discussions that will probably be part of the legislative session is not tinkering with the ongoing component of TSSA, but how much, if any, to augment it by. And that's usually what's up for debate in the legislature. Is just, do we increase it? If so, by how much? They haven't, and I don't anticipate any discussion about tinkering with the ongoing portion.
But it's an annual thing. Yeah.
So you need direction from us that we're okay with the framework as it currently stands, or if we want to make changes, now is the time to speak, right?
Correct.
Okay. Board members, is everyone okay with the current framework? Okay, sounds like we are.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you can just stay here. Okay, our next agenda item. We have a request from a school to add a dual language immersion Spanish program. And that letter came from a school community council, which that's our first step if a school wants a DLA program, is that their school community council.
Was it from a school community
Discusses that.
counselor or a single teacher?
That teacher wrote it on behalf of the community council. So the teacher was on the council and wrote it on behalf of the council.
She was asked by the council leadership to,
When I read it, I was like,
everyone kind of said, hey, would you write that letter, please? So she expressed the support for that program on behalf of the council.
Anything you want to say? Oh, and also welcome Kay Rizzuto to the table, who is our DLI consultant.
I have a question. My understanding is that the school district or school does not get to choose the language for the dual immersion program. Is that true? How is the language chosen for a DLI school?
So when we fill out the application that goes to the state, we can express what language we're interested in and give the reasons why, and they will take that into consideration. If it is a school that has a high percentage of Spanish heritage speakers, then they would definitely have Spanish be the language. But they will take into consideration whatever you put into the application. So if you don't put very much, then your chances of the language that you want probably are not great, but if you give a good reason of why you want a certain language, then they will take that into consideration.
Even when we've been told, don't expect to get a yes on this, then we got a yes. So it's always been yes from
Okay.
the state. And the idea here is that, as we discussed recently, we bring the letter to the board, and then if you approve the request, then what we do is we survey and we gauge the interest to determine whether there is a level of interest that would support placing a program at the school. And if there is, then we can move forward with that. Or if the board would like us to bring back survey results before we move forward, we can do that too. So you can just direct us on what you'd like to do next. But this is before any surveying happens, because we don't want to get hopes up unless it's a possibility. There are a number of Spanish language heritage speakers at the school, so.
Is there any list that we can have that shows the number of people who have requested DLI and have not gotten into their programs? In other words, are we turning people away, and how many?
We're turning people away in Spanish.
So, and her letter mentions that Welby Elementary has 29 students on a wait list, and Harriman has 30 students every year who are not accepted into the program. So I don't know about Riverside, and I don't know.
That'd be 30 trying to get in.
On the wait list, yeah, every year they have, all of our Spanish speaking schools have a large wait
A
list.
large wait list, okay.
Yeah.
So I would love to talk about the amount of strain that it puts on a high school to have more than one DLI program feed into it. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, I mean, it can. That can be a difficult situation to have several programs coming through your school. In this particular case, the particular school that's asking would maybe be in a feeder that already has that at the high school. So this is not going to be
Already, right? At Harriman?
I thought it was a Spanish. Is it
They
Spanish?
have Spanish also because they got Harriman.
Chinese only. So yes, it would be another one. I was at Riverton where we have two programs, both Chinese and Portuguese that came on. And it's something you definitely have to prepare for. You know, knowing ahead of time that this is happening and that it's coming through. There's a lot of conversation that needs to be worked out with the middle schools and with, you know, the schools that are coming. As long as you can prepare ahead of time, finding teachers. The state has a lot of help with the Bridge program and is able to suggest some things. And we were able to work through, for instance, us in Mountain Ridge at the time, were able to share a teacher, to do make a full-time job between two schools for a part-time teacher at each location. So it's definitely doable. I think in the case that we're talking about, one of the benefits of a program going through a high school like Harriman is because you'll generally be able to fill that program with native heritage speakers as you go. There's a lot of heritage speakers coming into Harriman High School. And so that might actually be a benefit of having that program because those students could come in even at a later stage where that wouldn't be the case in Chinese necessarily. And so, a location really does matter in terms of what heritage speakers can be placed later throughout the program, and that could be a benefit in the long run for them.
So I can see that the elementary school's community council is interested. We're choosing a course for other schools as well. I would be really interested in getting feedback from the feeder schools, school community councils on their support for this. Is that possible?
Probably, but I've already spoken with Todd Kornberg. He's very interested in having the Spanish program there, and he just last week was asking me what he could do to help support because he thinks that it would benefit his school population. So,
And what about the middle school?
Which middle school does it feed into?
Well-
Copper Mountain.
So they don't currently have a DLI program at Copper Mountain, so it would be a new program for them. So
Well, the problem is you start this with first graders and then you build it right over
Right.
6 years. And there's a really good, in fact, almost probable cause that none of these guys will land in Harriman High, that we have other schools that would be built before they ever mature out of elementary. My bigger concern is we're using a magnet program in a high growth area.
Can I rewind you? I want to understand your last comment.
So
you're
right now,
saying we're going to have a new high school before they're in high school?
We're
But
saying
nobody's made that decision
Yeah.
yet.
We're
I just
saying
didn't
it's such a
understand
it's
what you
such
were
a high
saying.
growth area. It could or could not ever make it there. Does that make sense? So it's great that we want to have it in the high school, but it takes 6 years to get it out of the elementary. So we have lots of time to plan for it. My bigger concern from the high school, so that's clear down the road. My bigger concern is we're using a magnet program to attract kids to a high growth area that we can't.
Magnet program if we don't have seats for out of boundary students.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but my second big concern is you have another DLI of the same language 3 miles away, and so those are concerns for me that we're, But if we have the numbers of kids we're turning away, then for sure I'm way in favor of that. I just need to see that data.
We have not, in response to your question, we have not asked the middle school and high school community council previously, but that's something we can do if the board directs us to do that. And we have consistently had a full class worth, not the full program worth, but a full class worth of waiting list at each of our Spanish language schools. So although we don't have all of the specific numbers, we could fill the program easily with those that we turn away every year in Spanish, even if we didn't allow anyone else into the program. So just in answer to that question, there is demand. And we do have some precedent for having some programs close to each other, but I understand the concern about having those programs in proximity to each other.
And I'd rather not turn anyone away. I'd rather we allow everyone to have that opportunity. So if we're turning people away at every school, then we should be adding more than one program.
One other question is the difficulty of staffing a program. Can you tell me about staffing for Spanish programs?
So the sooner we could get the decision made, the better, because we would need to work to get a qualified language teacher. They have to be basically native level proficiency in order to teach. That's one of the assurances that the state requires. And so many of our teachers are heritage speakers, and to get a good teacher from Spain or Mexico or Peru or wherever we would get them from, it is the earlier we start, the better. The state will usually bring them over on a J1 visa, and they pay for that. But it takes time to get them here, and so that is something that we would want to do earlier. Also, we have changed the dates for the applications this year so that it helps with enrollment issues. So the deadline for submitting applications for all of the schools is going to be at the end of January, and so the school would need to have that decision made soon so that they can be in the same process of applications as all of the other schools.
And if I could address one other item that you brought up, Mr. Robinson, the size of the school is an important consideration. If the school is too small, then you aren't able to balance class sizes. And if the school is too large, then you don't have space for a DLI program that can allow those from out of the boundary to participate. So that's the balance that we have to try to strike.
And can you speak specifically to Aspen on that scale?
I think with, there will need to be ultimately some accommodations, some boundary changes at some point for Aspen. And I think Aspen does kind of strike a good balance there, where there would be enough of a population. It's not a diminishing population, And with the boundary change, there would be some space to have a program and still have several non-DLI classes in every grade level. So we've talked about that, and I think there would be an appropriate balance over time. That was not an announcement of a boundary change, but in time, there's a level of growth within that boundary that will require it. I don't think that would be a surprise to anyone.
And that is something to consider, is because when there is a boundary change, the DLI students, we can't move them out of the program. With the rest of the kids in the boundary, they'll stay in the program. So that kind of shifts the way we do boundary changes. And the DLI kids may have the rest of their neighborhood move to a different school, but they'll stay at this school. So that's just a factor to consider.
Can I go? They approached us a couple years ago, and we said no, and it fizzled out. And I'm just wondering what's happened that's causing them to come back. Because now my concern is greater than it was 2 years ago. If you take a peek at the presentation we're about to receive, this is going to be the most crowded school after the Flex building opens. And I can't imagine why we would carve out a portion of the school and say this is for a DLI program in our most crowded school. I mean, we turned them down a couple years ago. Why are they coming back saying, can we do this again?
Just the interest has continued to be very strong in the program. And I mean, that's really the main thing. I think at first, like you said, it shifted. At first, they were told, oh, the school is too small. Now the school has grown. So there's just a high level of interest. So they keep asking now that it's shifted. And, in the past, we would open a new school and then we'd balance out the enrollment and we'd pull kids from surrounding schools. And then once that new school grew, then we'd send them back. But now we're okay when we start with a smaller school and let it grow instead of the official term, I think, is ping-ponging people back and forth. So when they were smaller, because of that new approach, they were told, yeah, it's too small a school to sustain that. You'll mostly be DLI and we won't be able to balance the other classes. And so now I think there's just been sustained interest and they want to look at it now that there are more students there, lots of heritage speakers, just a high level of interest.
If I can just also add, I think to your point about being too small, one of the initial reasons they were told no is because you couldn't sustain the 2 classes that are needed for the program at every grade level. And so now that's as he mentions, that's shifted. And so that's why they're coming back.
And perhaps because we are talking about their enrollment today, I mean, that's something we could talk about after we've talked about their enrollment, if that's a context that's needed for that decision. We can also place it on a future agenda. We can do whatever we need to do. This is our first discussion of that request.
I am very uncomfortable putting a DLI program there. We're already building another building. There's going to be a major split. I don't know how that's going to impact all of this. Just a lot of questions for me. I'm just uncomfortable, given the growth that's coming.
Can you talk about the cost of adding another DLI program? I know there's funding from the state, but how much extra cost does that add to our district?
And does it increase over time? Does it increase each year?
Can I take an initial stab at that? Yes. The cost is in additional FTE that's allocated to balance out class sizes. And what I described earlier in response to Mr. Robinson's question, or concern rather, is that if you have too small a school, then you need to sustain, you always want there to be 2 options for students, two teachers. I'm in 2nd grade, and for some reason I need to change classes. now you have another class that you can change into. So that means 4 classes, 2 DLI and 2 non-DLI. And some schools with a DLI program over time have been too small at particular grade levels to sustain that. So sometimes we supplement FTE in order to provide that. In very large schools, sometimes things get out of whack and out of balance, and so you have very large class sizes in the non-DLI classes, so you have to add FTE there. So then you end up, we've allocated in a different way, thanks to Mr. Olson's analysis, and we allocate dual language immersion FTE, which is 2 FTE for grades 1 through 6. That is just DLI FTE. And then schools qualify for FTE beyond that for non-DLI students. But anytime you add another program, it adds a layer of complexity. And that's something that we do a lot in our secondary schools in particular. We do it with ALPS. When you have a second option in a school, or an additional option, operationally it's a little bit more difficult to manage. It's worth it in many cases because we're providing a wider range of opportunities for students. But the question is an important one as we take on new programs, that we acknowledge the real cost of those programs. Mr. Olson, putting you on the spot, do you know how much FTE generally we use to supplement DLI overall?
I think at the moment, elementary only, it's about 8 FTE.
So about eight teachers worth, just to balance out those class sizes district-wide. Now, if you think about the number of schools and the number of classes with DLI, that's a relatively low percentage, but it's a significant cost to hire to allocate 8 additional FTE for that. Mr. Larson, anything you'd like to add?
My brief comment on the cost would be, if the classes are full, I have much less concern about the cost of DLI than if we end up having to supplement. So if a program can fill the classes, there are costs elsewhere, but I think Ms. Rizzuto could address those, like in the oversight and what the state funding provides, but they don't cover the cost of those teachers. So if the class is full, I'm satisfied from my perspective.
It feels like in this particular instance, a lot of times the reason we need to supplement with FTE is because if we have children like moving or pulling out of the program, then by the time they're in their upper grades, like 4th, 5th, 6th grade, those classes are smaller, which means the other non-DLI classes are bigger, and that's where we're supplementing. But in this case, where there's a lot of native heritage speakers at the school, is there greater potential to be able to put kids in those upper grades later on?
Anytime there are more heritage speakers at a school, it helps with the upper grades, because yes, it does. They still have to, there's still some requirements and some expectations that before you just move a student into a program for DLI. But yeah, it helps a lot to have a heritage population, which is why Principal Kornberg had made the comment that it would help his school at that level. That is a place, that is an area of the district where we see a large influx of heritage speakers.
And for those listening, that description is very accurate, because for non-heritage speakers, you start in 1st grade, and if you haven't started in 1st grade, then you're generally not able to enter into the program later. So any attrition can't be made up for except through heritage speakers or someone who moves from another district who's already been in a DLI program. But when you do have heritage speakers available, then you can balance that out better.
Ask, what is the benefit at a secondary level for a heritage speaker to take a DLI class? So, I mean, they have like the culture class and a language class, right?
There isn't a culture class at the secondary level that is a requirement. And there are some other requirements that get very specific if you're in the bridge program that students would have to matriculate through that program. But there are some ways that we could work with those students who, if they're coming from having had, a robust educational experience elsewhere, we could potentially service those students. And the benefit at any level is the continued ability to read, to write, to analyze, to think, to problem solve, to be able to pull apart literature in your native language. There is a lot of research behind the fact that heritage speakers who learn their own native language do much better in transforming and transferring that information to English. And so it strengthens their own native tongue, which in turn helps them to process and to learn in those same skills in English as well. And that's particularly true in early grades and early years, but that continues as a benefit. They can pass an AP test, they can get credits in their native language from having studied and gone through some of those programs, and having come out with college credits in their native tongue, which puts them ahead. I mean, that doesn't often happen with students who are coming in suddenly having to learn another language and doing all those same expectations in English. So it's a huge advantage if we can move some of those students through. Because of some of the expectations of Bridge, that may not always be possible for every heritage speaker, but there are certainly a lot of opportunities that we could find to benefit students who are coming in, and particularly in those classes where they're going to excel and taste of success and find some degree of relief in being able to understand and do things in their own native tongue.
We've also been working with Michelle Loveday and her team to help these heritage speakers to earn the seal of biliteracy when they graduate. So by being in some of these programs, they can get they need to get that seal, and then also working on their English so that they can get that seal on their diploma.
And is that requirement just passing the AP test, or is there more to it?
Well, they have
Get the
to
seal.
also pass the English portion of the test. So that could either be the ACT, they have to score an 18 or higher, or for the heritage speakers, they need to get, I think it's a 4.2 on the WIDA. So it gives them the goal to really pass out of on the WIDA and to get their English proficiency high.
Okay, so
Questions on this one?
yes, go ahead.
We mentioned 8 FTE at the elementary school level, approximately. And then how many at the middle school level would we need? Just if you're just guessing again.
I don't think there's any very
no
much
additional
additional.
At the
Every
middle-
once in a while you have a small class, but you can balance that out. There are small classes in other areas as well.
And
so,
the same goes for the high school level. You don't
Yeah.
need any, there's no additional FTE.
Right.
Okay. So if it's 8 on average, 60K per person, that's roughly $500,000 ongoing for a DLI program. Am I thinking through that accurately?
I think it would be more than that.
It'd be higher than 60.
It'd be higher than that.
Benefits.
And I wouldn't characterize it as a strictly DLI cost, because there is a benefit when you add that FTE, then you get some smaller class sizes, but it's because of DLI that we have to spend that
Okay.
amount.
So if we said yes to this, we're saying we're willing to spend $500,000 or more than we're currently spending.
The 8 through the whole
No,
district.
that's for the whole district.
That's for the whole district.
The 8
The 8.
for the whole district.
If we had no DLI, we could probably cut 8 teachers.
And that's how many DLI programs do we have?
10 elementary schools. So out of the 10 elementary schools, it's the 8 FTE. So 6 teachers per school.
Those are the ones that are needed in surplus over and above who they already have.
Because we would
Okay.
be,
If there weren't a DLI, we'd
Educating
still have
those
to
students
educate those
anyways.
students.
Yeah. If we said yes to this one, then how many new people would we need to hire?
So like John mentioned, if the program is full, then it's really not an issue. And our Spanish programs have been full. So
Well, you mentioned that you would, it's better if we approve this sooner than later because we're going to go through a hiring process.
The question, I think, is how much would it cost above what it would normally cost? So if you have a full program, those students generate funding from the state that will pay for their teachers. It's when there's an imbalance and we need to add a teacher in to balance things out, but the number of students wouldn't normally justify that level of staffing. That's where we need to add some additional funding.
Okay.
So a full Spanish program won't cost us any extra in FTE.
Okay.
So,
Because it's funded from the state at that point.
right, because you have 26 kids in each class, and that generates 2 teachers. So it's fully funded. It's when you have lower class sizes in DLI or higher class sizes outside of DLI or some combination that you have to supplement with more teachers than you would normally allocate to a school.
Mm.
So with a full Spanish program, which we anticipate this would be because of the wait lists, we wouldn't incur any additional staffing costs for this particular program.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
the wait list question confuses me a little. We don't make any priority for out-of-boundary students, and the wait lists are not in the school's boundary.
Well-
Some are in the school boundary because they've had so many people apply. So because of what the past placement was, they had to go with siblings first and then in the school boundaries. And if they had more than the 56 apply within the boundaries, then they would just do a lottery of that. So then they would be put on the wait list if they didn't make it in. So some of the schools have people who were in the boundaries who were on the wait list.
And the flexibility that the board gave when we last discussed DLI would allow us to balance that out going forward so that we could,
Highly populated school like this, right?
well, over time, as boundary changes happen and there's additional space, then we would be able to do that. And with starting one grade and building one grade every year, I think there would be time to accommodate that. But it's an important question that you ask about how does this impact in boundary and out of boundary requests.
So I have a broader question. What's driving our DLI program request? So I've only have experience with Mountain Point. It was a similar thing that they had a community council came forward and said, we're interested. But I'm hearing tonight that we have maybe 4 Spanish programs, each have 30 we're turning away every year. That's 120 people that we're turning away every year. And we're waiting for a community council to be able to show that interest? Or are we driving these decisions saying, we have 120 kids that could be blessed by this program. How can we strategically lay this out to schools that make sense? You know, we said no to Aspen for some concerns, but nothing was done to provide something for that area. So I don't know where I sit on this, but I want to make sure that we're providing the experiences there. We have a community that's super interested in this right now, but at the same time, maybe there's others and they just don't know that they can ask. And I just don't know the process of, maybe we don't want it bigger, you know. So I have so many questions on like the overall strategy. And you don't have to answer all those tonight, but that's what's spinning through my head.
In our last discussion, we talked about the school community council being where this starts because it does impact the school. And I don't believe that we have approached a school and said, we'd like to place a program at your school since we started the program that I'm aware of. Those initial, I think it was 6 programs or so. So we can take a different approach based on the board's direction, but this is the approach that we've discussed and used, but we're always open to
There are other districts that do
reevaluating
it
that.
differently?
I'm sure that they are. They do it differently. Some may do it the same way. Some may do it differently.
There are certain assurances that the state requires that we meet with each school. And so it's important that the community be on board, not just the families, but also the teachers and the administration, because they have certain things that they have to do. The teachers, for example, might be called upon to be the English partner teacher, which would require some extra work on their part, where they have to meet and collaborate weekly with the Spanish teacher, so that they can be helping the kids to meet the requirements that the state has put forth. So it's important that the teachers feel a buy-in as well, because at one point in their career, they might have to be the English partner teacher, which will require extra work. And then the administrators are required to attend several meetings each year. And so that's an added burden for them too. So they need to feel some buy-in as well. So if we just come and say to a school, we want you to have this, and there's not the buy-in, then it could be unsuccessful in the future.
That's helpful, thanks.
And a few years ago, we had a school community council at another elementary request. We approved, the board approved the request to move forward. The community was surveyed, there wasn't adequate support, and it didn't go forward. And that's happened a couple of times. Happened back when I was an administrator of schools as well. So there are times where the board has said, okay, let's survey, let's see what happens, and there has not been a strong positive response. I would say that if the board approves going forward with a survey, you should only do so if you're ready to allow for the program to be there. That would just cause frustration to survey and then not put it in place. But we're here to just provide that historical context and the information from the school, and we can support providing additional information to the board, a decision today, placing it on a future agenda, discussing it later in the meeting after enrollment discussion. Whatever you need from us, we can accommodate. The timeline for hiring, of course, is an issue. The window doesn't open until January for enrollment, so those are the factors at play.
Or it's due in January.
The applications will be due at the end of January.
When does it open?
I think some schools, they do it at the school level, and I think some schools have already started taking applications.
Okay.
So that's to open it in the fall of 2024. We could also approve it to open like the fall of 2025, and then so we have another whole year, right, to work with it.
Okay, any more questions or? All right, so we need to decide if we are okay moving forward with adding a DLI school, if we're not okay, or if you want to put it on a future agenda and get more information. Those are the three options.
To each
Anyone?
Our preference.
Yeah.
I would like to look at a future agenda item.
I would like to approve tonight.
I'd like to move forward.
I'm okay moving forward.
I would like to disapprove tonight.
And I would be a future agenda item.
I am, I'm leaning towards approve tonight, but I do want to see the enrollment numbers coming in our agenda item. So I would vote to put it on next week's agenda.
Can I just add one piece of information? Aspen's capacity is 926. When we put a DLI program there, we typically encumber 300 seats. A DLI program in Aspen would encumber a third of the school. And you are talking the most crowded school, the fastest growing school in our district. And we would encumber a third of the school.
But the students are already there or will be. So I don't see that as an issue.
Boundary students.
Yes, and they're already going to be there.
That's the guess. That's the gamble.
Okay, so we will have this on next week's agenda then to make our decision on it.
Can I ask that beyond the enrollment information that we discussed today, is there any other information that board members would like us to bring back to that discussion next week?
I'd be interested to have the real numbers of how many we've turned away and what programs, if that's possible.
Yeah, historical wait list information? Okay, for Spanish specifically.
I'd like it for all of them, but Spanish especially.
Would be helpful for me to know that the middle school and high school levels, school community councils are okay with this decision as well. It will affect them just as much as the elementary.
That would be, yeah, we would need to do that after the next school community council meetings if that's something the board would like us to pursue. If the board wants us to email school community council, we can. I was just assuming that if you were asking for an official position from the school community council that we would want to do that in a meeting, but I'm comfortable.
Just the principal, I don't know. I have lived through some of the complexities of staffing for DLI, and it's not a small task to ask of a principal. I would just like to know that the principals are aware and we're not making a decision for them. But that's just me. I'm one of 7.
We make decisions all the time for principals, don't we?
And we should be conscientious about those decisions, I think.
I think it would be appropriate to reach out to the middle school principal and see if they have any concerns.
Okay.
That.
Does that address what you're asking for?
Yeah, it's a good start.
Okay. Would you like us to do anything in addition to that?
Again, I'm one of 7. So it sounds like no.
We could email the school community council members and just say the board's considering this. If you have feedback, contact a board member.
I would like to see that happen, but
So we would email. I'm great to do that. I was just assuming that it would be something formal, but that gives you the input that you're looking for quickly. So we can put together an email and send that to each school community council member at the high school and the middle school.
Yep.
that'd be great.
Okay.
Contact us by next Tuesday if they have concerns.
Just to have them contact you directly. If you have concerns. Okay. Great. What else? What other information can we provide for next week? So wait lists for all languages? Is that right?
If it's, I just would like to just have an overall understanding of the program, and maybe that's me. Maybe I should be coming and talking to you guys, and I'm okay with that.
That's something the board wants us to do. We can do that.
Board want that information?
I'm ready to move ahead.
I find it interesting, but unless we have some sort of priority for out-of-boundary students, I don't think it really applies.
Okay, you can meet.
Could you all contact me?
You can meet with the department then. Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. And we'll email school community council members at the middle and high school level. We'll talk with the principal at each level, and we'll come back with that information. You'll have enrollment information today, and we'll let the school community council at Aspen know that we'll have that on the agenda for next week. It's kind of nice to have a meeting next week. Yeah. We're not putting anything off for very long.
Right.
Also really stressful.
So you proposing we do this weekly?
Look, I love a good board meeting. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Thank you. Appreciate all your work for our DLI programs too. Okay, our next agenda item is revisions to Administrative Policy AS82, Home and Hospital Instruction. We'd like to invite Mr. Hamblin and Ms. Jensens to the table.
We're glad to be here. Thank you for giving us some time to talk about this. And I just want to thank Ms. Richards for turning up the heat a little bit, because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to stand up out of the chair there for a minute. I'm going to have to break out my Snuggie or something. I know. We're excited. You know, ever so often we come across some policies that need some updates, and this is no exception. The last update was in 2014. things change at the legislature and things change in available resources and as we expand and grow in the district. So we want to make sure our policies are in alignment with that. Before we dive into this, first just this is just our first conversation, so happy to whatever ideas or thoughts you have. Obviously, we want to address those or bring it back at some future point. But I'd like Ms. Jensen, who I brought with me today, who works with this program, to give you a really quick overview of what the Home and Hospital program is and how it operates.
Yes. Like the 2-minute elevator speech. If I met you in the elevator and you asked, what is this program? We've had it in our district for a long time. We have a very small percentage of families who might have a devastating diagnosis to one of their students or a catastrophic injury, and there's still a need to keep that student with their 4 core classes, especially the literacy and the numeracy, while they're recuperating or while they're getting treatments for that. And so they stay enrolled at their boundary school, but often they are home, sometimes confined to a hospital, and we have a teacher from their boundary school if possible. And if it's very long term, we have a few teachers that work at the district level who visit in the home, occasionally even traveling to primary children's, and visit with the students and keep them still up on their schoolwork, on their 4 core and the literacy and numeracy. And so there's a lot of policies in here outlining it looks very different with a first grader than it does with someone who's a junior in high school. But still the program operates that same way. It's a way to still keep the student engaged with the school, engaged in their learning, so they feel like a student and the parent still feels involved with the school community until that student is feeling better and can return to regular school attendance. And that is a service that our district and all school districts do provide. But there was a great need to update our policies to more current practices. I think the last time this policy was updated, we didn't even have the ability to keep our kids engaged in Canvas like we do now. So it's been fantastic. It does help.
Thank you. So the updated language really centers around these core areas. One, updated language, that's the need for the change. We want to make sure that it's consistent with current rules and law through the legislature. Clarifying language, there was some language throughout this policy that kind of contradicted some other parts, so just cleaning up some of the language. One of the big things that we wanted to address was not just saying that it had to be a hospital diagnosis, but that it could be a mental health diagnosis as well. So we wanted to increase access in that regard. It also increases, right now the teachers receive a half hour of prep. For any home and hospital teacher that does that, they get paid a half hour for any preparation work. This proposal would increase that by a half hour so that they got an hour of preparation work as they gather the work for their students. And then it removes Valley High School as the manager of district home and hospital. That is currently being done by Sharon and her department, and it has been done that way for a fair number of years, but we needed to remove Valley High School out of the policy because they're simply not the ones that have been doing it. So,
Question.
yes.
Does that hour include travel time? That's what I wanted.
No,
Travel
it doesn't
time.
include the travel time, but they are reimbursed for their mileage.
Okay.
And then we would be open to any questions, suggestions, or anything that we can help answer.
How many students do we currently have using this service?
Last year, I have last year's numbers. In the short term, that's 45 days or less. The student must be over 10 days to even request or ask.
And that's consecutive days, correct?
Consecutive days in a row due to the injury or the illness. Short term, we had 153 students last year. And long term, which was over 45 days, sometimes in the entire school year, we had 126. So it's a very, very small population of students, but they still need their educational services.
Yeah, it's a great service. It's something that families Yeah, it gets pretty emotional, the amazing resource that this is for those families and students that, especially the heartwarming stories and tragic stories of those who are terminally ill, but we're able to provide some consistency and some
Normalcy.
to their lives. Yeah.
None of those totals were double dipped, right?
No.
Okay, they're either in one or another, so we have about
Right.
300 that we're servicing.
We had 2 students that started at short term and then due to their diagnosis moved to long term. But they're
Then
counted in just
the
one
long
group or
term.
another, yes.
You mentioned that a lot of these changes were made to adhere to rule or law. That was one of my questions. I didn't see any reference to any rule or law in the draft. So I guess my first question is are we mandated by law to provide these services, or is this just something we chose to do on our own?
My understanding is that, well, that's a good question. I'll have to come back with that answer. I'm not sure the history of where this is, because this policy started back in 1978,
And
something
since
like
all
that.
other
so-
districts have it, I would say it is somewhere.
The standard for continuation of services has been 10 days. We can find you the specific legal reference to that, but anytime a student is going to be deprived of more than 10 days of educational services, we're obligated to give those services. And so that's what this Holman Hospital steps in and does. We can give you the legal reference with a little bit of searching, but 10 days is the standard for
Or more? Well-
anything greater than 10 consecutive days, we're obligated to provide educational services to the students so as not to deprive them of their rights to education.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my curiosity was, I was actually hoping that there wasn't any law or rule behind this. I was hoping that it was something that the district chose to do outside of being compelled to do it. But yeah, if there is law or rule behind it, I'd love to see those referenced.
We can
here.
get that for you.
Have them right in the document. Like we
You're
did.
saying reference it in the policy.
Yeah, I think several months ago, I brought up this idea of referencing things in the document, in the policies, and Bryce mentioned that we typically just reference up. And I think this would this be a reference up? And then, yeah, okay.
As I understand it, home and hospital is an outdated phrase now. Are you hearing rumblings about that?
A lot of districts still call it that, so.
Home and hospital?
Mhm, yeah. We're not married to the name. So,
If a better one pops
yeah, if
to
there's
your
a better one
mind,
that you would like to
share it
see,
now.
home instruction, home instructional services.
Home
Many
instruction is a
districts call 'em-
special ed term. We
yeah.
can't use that one.
So we don't want to get into IEP issues or anything like that with special ed, but several districts still call it this, but
And I noticed that's something you added on A2, when the student's confined at home, in a hospital, or a medical facility.
We call the policy home and hospital. Just my thought.
That's where the teachers visit. I guess
They actually could be at either place.
they can. And occasionally, our teachers do visit with the student at a public library. Sometimes it's good for the student to get out. So they meet at a public library so the student gets out a little bit and it's in a public place. And
a lot
I
of
also
times that.
noticed a fire station.
yeah.
And sometimes it's there because in the home, there's not a responsible adult that would be there, but they go somewhere where there would be other responsible adults so that they're not one-on-one in a home.
Particularly at the high school level, they can walk to the nearest public library and meet their teacher.
Maybe education continuity services. I mean, what are you thinking, Bryce? Had you heard any other terms, or?
I just know that my own employer has stopped using this term.
In favor of?
I don't remember.
I work with a lot of these kids professionally also, and many of them are accessing the virtual academies. So what's our relationship with this department and our virtual academy? Because we have a lot of good material there, and I understand
do.
there's a large demographics of these
Yes.
kids. Like some
Yeah.
could go hybrid really easy, some don't. And they do need a support in my opinion, from a physical person. But
Yeah, when they first get the diagnosis or the injury, all the options are explained.
and that's one of them.
Yes, and virtual, we have our own virtual schools at every level.
Yep.
And that a lot of them do choose to go that. I think that's why our numbers are so small. We have far more students that have accessed our virtual schools because of perhaps a diagnosis.
So if they opt to go virtual, we're not
They're not
necessarily
counted in
counting
this,
them in this number.
These are only ones that chose not to do that option and wanted the teacher in their home or visiting at the hospital due to that was the parent choice.
Interesting. That's good. Thank you.
It does say that virtual instruction could be included here in this
Yes.
policy.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes they're doing a couple of Canvas courses still.
I've also had the blessing of being a teacher who got to go, and
Oh, nice.
it is some of my favorite teaching memories. It's a great way to connect with the students that we teach.
A student in great need.
Yeah, and to be in their space, and when they're in a vulnerable time, having that connection is powerful.
Very important to the families. Very important.
It's almost to the core of why we got into education, isn't it?
Yes.
And may I add that it's important that each school facilitates a good, sound teacher to do this, so that, the students respond and they are engaged and, they have a tie to the school. It's really important who that person is or persons.
All about relationship.
Exactly right.
Okay, are there any other suggestions for this policy? We just have the one so far about referencing any codes. Anything else? You did a great job.
Okay, thank you.
Red, thank you.
There's a lot of red.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is this, do you want this brought back to another study session? And then for a vote?
I feel good about it, how it is now.
Yeah, I think with minimal changes, is everyone okay if we put this on the next study session agenda, but then also put it on a vote and business meeting? Okay,
Fantastic.
Do that.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time.
thank you. I think our next agenda item is going to be a lengthy one, so I'm going to call for a break right now.
Excellent.
So we will take how long do you need? 10-minute break and start back up again? Okay.
Fantastic idea.
Decreased capacity.
All right, we are back from our break and study session, and it is the moment everybody has been waiting for. It is our enrollment forecast report. And so we will turn the time over now, Dr. Anderson, and then we also have Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Feston with us.
Yeah, thank you. The information that is contained in this presentation really is going to provide for us a starting point for discussion and questions that will inevitably occur as a result of some of the things that are shared, some of the trends we're seeing, some of the growth areas, some of the decline areas. So we anticipate this being, again, a starting point for that. We are going to update you specifically on some schools to watch. We're also, you can see later on the agenda, we're going to talk about growth issues in a certain area near Aspen Elementary, and we've got some updates for you in regards to how this may impact the proposed boundary change that's being proposed between Sunset Ridge and Joel P. Jensen and Copper Hills and West Jordan High School. So in advance of this, I want to just acknowledge and appreciate the work that Mr. Feston has done on this regard. I mean, the methods and the methodology he's used for this is, you can see at the beginning of his report, I thought it read well, and you can see it's grounded in good research and good principles there. So we appreciate that, and also his team of Mr. Hamblin and Mr. Olson lend a great level of expertise and perspective in all of this. And as we've gone through these, we've feel good about the information, but we also know it's going to yield questions and provide future context for future discussions. So with that, we'll turn the time to Mr. Feston.
All right, thank you. Two of my favorite days of the year are Christmas Day and the day I get to come to the board to present the enrollment forecasts.
Yes. Mine too, Scott.
Because if you can't joke about demographic shifts, what can you joke about, right? So let's get into this. You might recall last year when I brought this same report to the board, I led with this slide. I'm going to be surprised if you actually do remember that, but I do remember it because it was a time of, there was a lot of stuff we didn't know, a lot of stuff we didn't know that we didn't know. And so it really was, kind of the unknowable future. But with the year of hindsight, some things have started to clear up a little bit. And so I would really like to present some information to you. I'm here to present you data. As Dr. Anderson has pointed out to me repeatedly over the last couple of weeks as we've been going back and forth on this, I'm here to present data, not opinion. So if I stray, let me know. So the economic shifts that we talked about last year really have continued. Just some recent headlines from the local media. We've got interest rates still high. We have, we got growth. Okay, we've a shift recently in population growth in the state has gone from families already here having more children to more people moving to the state. So the migration is driving much more of the population change than we have seen historically, which brings its own opportunities. The migrant, the new move-ins tend to be a more diverse group of a more diverse population than we would expect from those already here. The state economy continues to knock it out of the park, which attracts even more economic in-migration. So that has implications for the education world. So this is the graph of the 30-year mortgage rate, the average 30-year mortgage rate from the Federal Reserve. You can see where we are here in 2023. I checked today, the average 30-year mortgage rate is 7.49%, which really does price a lot of folks out of the housing market. The red arrow there is where this graph was last year. So you can see what's happened in the last year. We've just continued to, on an upward trend. That doesn't look like it's going to reverse anytime soon. So I think this is one of those items that we can kind of put over here on our list, that higher interest rates are here for a while. How does that impact our housing, our housing assumptions, our overall housing growth? Also, every week I get a report of the new residential building permits that have been issued by the cities in our district. And I map those and I graph them every week. What we've heard from developers is it takes 26 weeks to get from a permit being issued to the unit being completed and ready for occupancy. So the orange line here on this graph is the current, what we call our current building activity. That's those permits that have been issued in the previous 6 months. We bottomed out in about March of this year, just over 600 units under construction. We've bounced back a little bit. It appears to be leveling off at around 1,100 current units. So you can see the red line here is where it was last year. We continued to decline till the spring, then we bounced back during the summer, and we're starting to see the fall leveling off of those new permits.
Just within our district boundaries.
Just within our district boundaries, our cities, and then the Salt Lake County in their areas.
So the rolling total is the combined previous 6 months daily or weekly total?
Weekly totals, yep. Yep, so you can see that spike there about March where things turned around. That was an apartment complex approved out in Harriman. That takes longer than 6 months, but it dropped off eventually and off of that 6 month total. So we just keep an eye on this every week, where the total growth and then where that growth is occurring, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Along with the economic issues, we're also seeing some very large scale demographic shifts that really we don't have a lot of control over, but we do we do feel the impacts of those. Again, some recent headlines, mostly research from the Gardner Policy Institute at the University of Utah, who I've worked with in the past and are very good at what they do. Just point out a few things here on this slide. The pandemic years created unmatched volatility in Utah's housing market. High interest rates, supply chain issues, labor shortages, really all combine to really impact the ability of households with school-aged children to be able to afford a home in our district, or really anywhere in our state. And we're seeing that in some of these new larger developments, where we would expect a lot more students to be coming out of. They're just not there. A change in household dynamics. About 20% of Utahns live alone. One-person households, and the most prevalent kind of household in the state is married couples without children. So just think about that for a second. Think about where Utah has been over the last 200 years, 150 years, for that change to have occurred in the 2020 census. No longer are married families with children the most prevalent type of household. We're also continuing to see declines in fertility rates. Utah used to lead the nation in this. Now we're fourth on the list, and the current value, and I'm going to get demographic geeky here for a second. The total fertility rate is 1.92, that's the measure of the total number of children an average woman would have over her lifetime. So if you do the math, That's less than 2. That's less than replacement level. So, we're seeing that nationwide. It's a trend nationwide for that decline to occur, but it's been going on for several years now, and it doesn't show any sign of reversing. Every year we get data from the Utah Department of Health and Human Services with the total number of births by zip code, so we can see what's happening in the smaller areas of our district. You can see in the north and the east portions of our district, we are, year over year declining in the number of births in each zip code. Just pointing out that 84095 and 84009 split 8 years ago, so that's why their charts look a little different. In the southwest portion of the district, western part of South Jordan, Riverton, Bluffdale, Harriman, we're continuing to see higher numbers of births, increases, in the long term, but starting to see some little variation from year to year in the number of births. In fact, let me make sure I get my numbers out here. Okay. So again, data that we see, 2018 was the lowest number of births since the district split in our district. Those babies born in 2018 are this year's kindergartners. And we'll talk about that in just a second. We're also seeing shifts in enrollment where the parents are choosing, other education options. This is an article from KSL from last August. Where have all the children gone? That's a good question. This was a summary of Wasatch Front school districts, all showing enrollment declines, with the exception of Alpine. Right now, we currently have on our records about 900 homeschool students. Those are the number of students that have actually come in to our office to file a homeschool affidavit. So that would represent the minimum number of students in our district that are homeschooled. And according to the USBE, we also have about 13,000 of our students who attend a charter school. So, 14,000 students, that's, a few schools worth of students that are being educated elsewhere than our buildings. Okay. All right, are we ready for the numbers? That's the teaser. But Mr. Dunford already kind of stole my thunder. Sorry. So that's all right.
It was because it was germane to the discussion.
It was germane to the discussion. Thank you. So for our district as a whole, our current forecast is showing plus or minus 0.5% of growth going forward. It looks like we are.
The world that we live in.
It looks like we have reached a kind of an inflection point in our growth curve, where we are no longer a growth district, but we're a stable district with pockets of growth. And that growth is largely being offset by declines in other parts of the district.
So, in your opinion, just an opinion, is this an artificial number? Because I went to the growth summit that we had just recently, and they said the housing market's about ready to burst, which could then push us back into that high growth area. I mean, you have a crystal ball, I suspect. Like, is some of those trends and high rates and that just holding down the inevitable? I guess I'm asking, could we still consider us a high growth area even though the numbers don't show it right now?
From a total population growth perspective, yes, we're still a growing area. The flip side of that is the people occupying these new homes aren't having children, aren't bringing school children with them. They're not having them themselves. So it really is kind of it's a very interesting kind of a juxtaposition where we're building all of these houses, all these apartment units, all these townhouses, but our enrollment is flat to declining.
Thank you.
I told you we'd get back to our kindergarten class. So 2018 was the lowest number of births since the split, which is this year's kindergarten class. This year's kindergarten class was 3,172. That's the official number from the revised October 1 that's hot off the press today. That's 12% lower than it was last year. So, 12%. And we have larger upper grade classes. You know, our largest class this year is the 10th grade. As those students age out, if they're not being replaced by similar numbers of incoming kindergartners and incoming lower grade students as they move in, we're, you know, flat might be optimistic.
Would you say that's mostly due to declining birth rates, or have we seen a huge influx of people going to homeschools and charter schools?
We we really don't track those numbers as far as from year to year. We had an increase during the pandemic of homeschool checkouts that has come back down. Like I said, you know, we're tracking about 900 right now in our records. It's just, we just don't know where those students have gone, if they're even there.
So Scott, have you seen a decline? You remember how you always have a formula, yield per household?
Yep.
There's a formula. How much is that dropping as well?
I haven't been able to quantify it.
So are we just system-wide, we're getting fewer students in Daybreak, fewer students in household, the yield rates are declining as
Yield
well?
rates as a whole are declining. There are areas where they are higher than you would expect. Daybreak is one of those areas, which is
So it's still hot and
what's
cold.
driving Aspen. But, you know, Ochre West out, you know, West Jordan, those are much lower than we would have expected. So that's why we keep an eye on it every year. Okay.
Question, just kind of a general question.
Sir.
Why is it a negative thing that it's flat or declining? Why is that considered bad? Just out of curiosity.
Did I give that did I give that impression?
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
it was maybe.
Okay. I don't think it's good or bad. It is a piece of data that this body is going to have to deal with.
Well, it's just surprising to us.
It is surprising. The conventional wisdom and the historic growth trends have been grow every year, open a school every year, bursting at the seams. We're being able to take a little bit of a breath now.
Yeah, I mean it seems like a
from
lot
the
of the
high
things that
growth.
we talk about, a lot of the problems we're trying to solve have to do with class sizes and not enough room and building new schools and all those types of problems that come with high growth. So from a school board, strictly a school district and school board perspective, I'm wondering why it's considered negative, or maybe it's not, but.
It's not, it's actually good in many ways.
It's great news for some of us.
I think, Brian, what you have is people who have been on the board for 2 terms. We dealt with something different our first term, and now all of a sudden this is a total different shift for us that we're seeing in recent years, dramatically different. The flat line is, in some ways, good for us to catch a breath.
Okay.
The only negative is we guessed based on those numbers and made boundary changes, and some of them are now looking questionable. But we used our data to the best of our ability, and now if we had known today's data, we probably would have tweaked those boundary changes a little bit more.
Like the current boundary of cross-district busing, those students from the West Jordan area was based upon a high growth forecast. And so we had to back up and say, maybe we don't need to bus them.
Mr. Larson?
To me, what I caught, what Mr. Feston said that was concerning to to me was pockets of growth. Well, if there's pockets of growth, that means there's pockets of bigger decline that are offsetting each other, and we have both issues to deal with. That's how I would.
Hence, we're opening schools and closing schools.
That's why it could potentially be a negative, is we're dealing with both sides of that.
Yeah, it certainly presents challenges. I mean, whether those are negative, I mean, they're challenges to deal with, and it's challenging to close a school. It's also challenging to decide where to place a new one, and it's challenging to go through the boundary change process and decide which side of the road, you know, people are going to attend a school on. So they certainly present some uncertainty and some challenges when we're dealing with this. And you know, we don't mean to indicate one way or the other if it's negative, positive. It's, you know, we're funded on the number of students we get, and it's just a challenge to decide how and where to serve the students.
Yeah.
Maybe I read more into that than I should have.
You're fine. You're fine. You know, we call these, we deliberately call this presentation a forecast rather than a projection. You know, projection would imply what's happened in the past is going to continue into the future. We really don't have normal years behind us from which to project from. So, you know, much like the weatherman, you know, his 5-day forecast, tomorrow's probably pretty good. You know, you get out 2 or 3, 4 days, and there's a little more uncertainty in the forecast. So we do the best we can.
Last year's weather on that day and say, this is what it's going to be.
But
last year we had sun, so just plan on sun.
That's right. So, you know, we make the best estimate that we can. We use the best information that we have at the time. Like Mr. Dunford, I've used the word guess before, and you know, it's more than that. It's we do the best we can with what we've got. So, so I've assembled my annual schools to watch list from an enrollment standpoint. As we get into this, I just want to, you all have this report in your board docs that has every school and the data table behind the graphs. If there are schools that you would like to talk about that are not on this list, I'm happy to pull up the data. We can look at them and talk about them. On these tables, you'll see that there are two measures. There's an attendance area forecast and an enrollment forecast. Attendance area is simply the number of students at that grade level that live in the boundaries of the school. We then take the students that attend elsewhere on permit, either programs, special ed, or out-of-boundary permits, and we add those into the schools where they attend, subtract them from the schools that's their boundary to get that enrollment forecast. So that's the difference between those two numbers.
Tell me where that is again.
This should be in your board docs.
It lists each school, the date off to the left.
All right, let's go through these schools. Antelope Canyon Elementary School. This is one that's been on our list for a couple of years now. It's on the watch list because the residential growth in that area continues to lag behind where we had expected it to be. The big limiting factor out there is, surprise, it's water. There's no culinary water for the development there around the elementary school. The water tank is still multiple years away from that would be required for that culinary water. We're watching this school, but for the time being, it's going to be manageable.
Mr. Feston, this might be a good time to just, because Antelope Canyon does tick up there, tell us how you kind of infuse the water tank forecast there, because you did put that into the factors, right, as to when you thought it would be in there. What year are we going off of based on that?
We're expecting a lot of that growth probably to students to start to show up at the school probably in the 25-26 school year.
And that's assuming if the water tank moves forward as expected right now, it would take a couple of years to build, and then the homes would come after that. The reason I bring it up now is because that's gonna factor into our discussions with the our boundary change discussion in just a little bit.
And is 90th South is also probably going to bring growth, I would imagine.
It will open up that, it'll open up that area for growth. You know, building a transportation project isn't as easy as, you know, the legislature giving money for it. There's, you know, I know they're moving forward on that project, but it's taking time to get that road. Okay. The one everybody has already been talking about, Aspen Elementary School, with the new building at Ridgeview. Aspen is forecast to be our largest elementary school next year. Just right around 1,000 students, which could be accommodated in portables, short term. It's certainly not sustainable longer than a year or two. Just a reminder, Aspen has a very large geographic boundary. They go all the way down to 126 South in Harriman. And so there's transportation issues, there's busing issues, there's walking issues. It's definitely a school to keep an eye on, and I know we have an agenda item here and a couple to talk a little more in depth about Aspen. This one was the surprise to me.
Surprising to me too.
Black Ridge Elementary School, and we, I looked at it. Our team looked at it in depth. Black Ridge has really large upper grade classes, like 150, 170 student 5th and 6th grade classes. This year, their kindergarten class was 64% of their historic average. So 150 kids leave, 60 kids come in. You're down 90 students in a year. It's something to keep an eye on, this small kindergarten class trend. If it continues to decline, we're going to see more of this. And we, not just Black Ridge, but we do see this similar pattern in schools in this same area. Adjoining schools, but it does adjoin some high growth schools. It shares a boundary with Ridgeview. It shares a boundary with Mountain Point. And so, again, it's a school to watch, keep an eye on, but it could provide options for some relief at other schools or programs or, what have you. Mountain Point Elementary is large and continues to grow. There is some new development along Redwood Road that is generating students for the elementary school, but a lot of the enrollment growth is in the already established Independence neighborhoods around the school. Their DLI classes are filling. They're actually over full. They're about 59, 60 students in their 3 DLI grades. So a lot of interest in Mountain Point Elementary School.
The prison in our district?
It is not.
All that growth is nothing.
Well, it's not in our district, but I think considering where the schools are that area would service, there will probably be some pressure to accept some permits from that area as it starts to develop.
I think, and on top of that, the prison site itself is not in our school district, but the companies that are coming there and the development that will occur there will attract jobs where it will impact us because we're one of the nearest residential areas in which the employees can live. So it will undoubtedly impact us. The Point of the Mountain Commission is tracking that. We have eyes on that, and that's something we're carefully monitoring.
What are they proposing in terms of percentage of residential as they develop?
My understanding is there's not much residential
in that. It was really small.
Yeah. There are some apartments that have been discussed, live where you work type of concept, but it's largely commercial and tech industry.
Yeah. Okay. Oakleaf Elementary School. Again, this is one that's been on our list since last year when it opened. The first Olympia phases for their development have been submitted to the city. I met with their planner this morning. They're hoping to start they're expecting the developer to start with their infrastructure and starting to lay out homes probably by late spring of next year. So we'll start to see some activity out there. It'll take a while, a few months for that to get going, but it is imminent. It's it's been a long time in coming, but we're expecting it, and Oakleaf has the capacity to absorb that initial growth.
And is all of Olympia Hills in Oakleaf's boundary?
Right now, all of Olympia Hills is, that will be we have property out there that we can, as time moves on, those schools will be located as they start laying out lots and platting that area. So,
Is there a reason for the 27-28 plateau? Because it looks like it steadily grows, and then all of a sudden there's a plateau in there.
That's an artifact of the data where the only thing we have in there is these initial phases.
So it
And
might
so-
be too far down. We don't know.
At that point, it gets a little
Yeah.
murky.
Yeah.
So as more phases come on and we get a better idea of the timing, then those outer years will change.
Has there been any talk with the Olympia Hills development about where our schools would be located, or are they not that far along yet?
I don't think they're that far along yet. That would be a question for Mr. Thomas.
He's
Sounds like
indicating
not
no.
that far along.
Watching at home, he is.
No, like Mr. Feston said, we talk to Doug Young quite often about that, and they're starting to submit some preliminary plats, but just for the beginning, I think it's just down on the eastern border where we have school sites. So he just said as we get further down the road, they'll start identifying some different sites for us to take a look at and make some proposals. We'll bring those back.
I think we're further down the road. I think that needs to start happening. In my opinion, just it could, well, based upon it could explode pretty quick. And so it's always like we just want to be able to have that site. It won't be the next school built, but could be the following one, depending on, hot spots in the area. But I would kind of like to start settling in on it doesn't hurt us to have a location.
Yep, I agree. Well, these first phases of Olympia are right around our middle school property there, adjacent to Oakleaf. So they're in walk distance to Oakleaf. It'll really help clean up the walk boundaries for that school. But it is something we're aware of, we're watching and keeping an eye on. All right, our new half elementary school in Harriman. As you recall, we're building this school adjacent to Mountain Ridge High School, with the plan being to move grades 4 through 6 from the existing Ridgeview boundary into this building. It's on this list just to indicate that those students will fit comfortably in this new building with room to accommodate growth.
But the funny thing is, if we were to list all of our elementary school by population, 3 grades in this building are larger than 60-70% of our elementary schools.
It's crazy.
3 grades. And what's sad is the next slide you're about to show.
Yep. Which is what's left there.
Kindergarten through 3rd.
Kindergarten 3
My
at
goodness.
Ridgeview, starts to approach the capacity of the building. In this forecast, it'll be large, but 4 grades worth of students. There's just,
So your question, where did all the kids go?
I think they went to
They
Ridgeview.
are.
They went here.
To Ridgeview.
It's safe to say that's still a good idea, building that school.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Scott, do you have any information about the number of kindergarten kids going to Ridgeview?
Ridgeview Kindergarten. Kelly's going to pull that up. It seemed to be about 175.
Is that less than last year or more?
That's more than last year.
You might have given this information to us, but what's the school capacity for the new flex school?
It just going off of the floor plans, it was a little over 900. It's about 900 students for the new school, just with the classroom count.
That's what I,
So
that's
might
exactly
have to
what
move
I was
third
gonna
grade over to.
say. And are we moving enough grades?
Anecdotally, people in the neighborhood, I've had unsolicited comments. People come up and ask about it at football games and other things. They just, the community really thinks that's a great idea. And when you explain how it can be repurposed and flexed, of course, I'm not saying everybody, but by and large, I've never had the type of feedback I've had on a building or a construction of a new school like I have on this one. Granted, I live in the area and out there, but it's been overwhelmingly positive.
The only negatives ones don't understand. There is not property in that area to build on. And so the only other option is that we cross-district bus you to another location. Once they understand that, this is a great idea. So
Yeah, there's 173 current kindergartners at Ridgeview.
Wow.
Last
You were
year.
off by 2.
I was out by 2, 166 last year.
That's not necessarily a reflection of increased birth rates as much as it's move-ins.
Move-ins.
Right.
It's
We may still have a low birth rate out there. That's
Yeah,
just massive.
there's just a lot of housing units out there that are, and I'm going to use air quotes, affordable. So. Okay, so that wraps up our elementary schools. We have 4 secondary schools to just point out. Copper Mountain Middle School, its current boundaries include all of the current growth going on at Daybreak and the anticipated growth in Olympia. So we're seeing some forecast growth there as we move forward. But on the other side, we have Ochre Hills Middle, which is an established area, and these students are starting to age out of up through the upper grades, and so we're seeing the possibility of a decline in enrollment at Ochre Hills. Give them some breathing room. My daughter went there. They couldn't wear backpacks in the halls because there's just no room. So,
His daughter was a model student, I might add. Further on that, this is the opportunity knocks with trends like this, because we have, as you know, there are boundaries near Ochre Hills that we had to put at Hidden Valley, for example, that to offset some of the, so they could start with a viable enrollment. Opportunity may knock in the near future to be able to offset that, reset some things, and adjust some boundaries to make sure enrollment going forward is steady and meets the goals of the board's priorities for boundaries.
And then we have
number 2.
What? Oh, that scared me.
Scared me even more when I realized what he said. No.
Yeah.
My nightmares are back.
I think it's a fair point that when you have areas of growth and areas of declining enrollment, that an adjustment that is perhaps a way of addressing both issues at the same time, is looking at considering widespread boundary change options as a way of kind of resetting for the change in growth patterns. And ultimately there is still open space to be filled with housing. It's just in the meantime what happens.
Did we ever count? We started off involving every school but one.
We did.
And then we ended up with a lot fewer. Did anyone ever count the number of schools that had a boundary change in the end?
I don't remember that. I think I may have blocked that out. But that's an important point, because before this was required by law, to your earlier point, Mr. Barnett, we notified every school before we were required to do so with that same notification. It just said, hey, we may be involving everyone in this boundary change but one school. You're under consideration because we want to make the best adjustments we can. I think that was reduced significantly based on parent input. And so the board was very responsive to that parent input, but we still made significant changes, and the permit change was as significant as any boundary change.
Your vitamins.
All right, so we have two high schools on the list. Harriman High School. Their boundaries take in all the current growth at Daybreak and the anticipated Olympia growth. They're forecast to start tickling that 3,000 student mark in the future, and Mountain Ridge as well, with the continued development out there, and as these larger grades move up into the high school realm, again looking to approach that 3,000 student mark.
And just as context there, we'll talk about Copper Hills in just a bit, but they've been in that range for many years now, and that's right where, they're full, they're large, but they've been fairly stable, and we'll show you the graphs on those in a little bit.
So just summary, our 11 schools to watch going forward, and we do keep an eye on the enrollment every month. During the school year, we run an enrollment report every month. We keep an eye on these numbers, and we'll continue to do that. All the presents are opened, Bryce. It's Christmas morning.
No.
Now what do we do?
The next 2 weeks. Now we get to sit and play with the new toys.
Is there any questions? Any other schools that anyone would like to take a closer look at?
I'd love you to just talk about the result of closing West Jordan and the impact it had on the schools around them.
Okay. When the board decided to close West Jordan Elementary School, those students we did a boundary change that impacted Oker Elementary, Westland Elementary, and Majestic Elementary, with students from Westland moving to the Oker boundaries, and then the West Jordan Elementary School students split between Majestic and Westland. The impact of that boundary change was there was a fair amount of permitting that went on, and I had the numbers run, and I don't have them at hand, but it was about half of the students that were half the students showed up at the school they were supposed to go to, and the remainder permitted elsewhere in the district.
And we discussed this. I think the biggest takeaway for me is, even though we may have had bubbles and more permits than we maybe anticipated, all of the schools in the surrounding areas are still below their capacity, and so it worked. That's the takeaway.
Everyone found a home.
Correct.
Everyone did find a home.
And it didn't cause a crisis anywhere.
I think we're okay.
In terms of growth and...
The principals in those schools have done a really nice job of addressing that, working with their new communities and making students feel welcome and like they belong. I just want to give a huge, huge shout out to them and as well as the administrators of schools that work in that area.
Did we have any unexpected hires at the last minute because we got more than we anticipated, or have to make personnel changes because we got less?
We've had that you described exactly what has happened in those schools. So the positive part is that we had space for parents to choose where they would like to send their child. And the money that was set aside by the board, the operating costs that were saved, the $1 million, allowed us to maintain staffing levels and programs while this evens out. So there was some equipment and furniture purchased, but there was also just the ability to have personnel in place, even with the vicissitudes of enrollment that we experienced.
Okay, any other schools anybody wants to look at?
I just have one question. One thought that's always on my mind is, like, when do we need to bond? Because, like, if we need to build a new high school, we have to bond for it. It's the only way to get the money for a new high school. And it's about a 5-year process, because if we decide to bond, get the bond, do the design, 3 years to build a high school, it's like we kind of need to decide if we're going to build a high school about 5 years before the high school opens up. So, so it looks like we're okay for the next 5 years, but we're getting close to where we're going to have some really crowded schools.
We're getting there, and the issue that. Well, one of the issues on that west side of the district, we have 3 really large high schools. We have Copper Hills, Harriman, and Mountain Ridge. And where the high school property is can give relief to 2 of the 3, but it'd be kind of difficult, doable, but the boundaries wouldn't be pretty.
It presents some challenges. And President Miller, you hit on exactly what I noted at the beginning. These are going to beg questions for what we need to tackle next and what we need to address next in facilities or finance, and just questions we need answered. As you can see, by the time we roll out to that 5-year mark in these forecasts, we're going to have 3 schools at 3,000 with a couple others that might be in decline. We're at an inflection point there, because as you can see, the next 5 years also don't yield an overall growth trend in the district it's really high. And so we have some decisions to make and discuss about, do we do major boundary changes to offset that? We probably can, if we're willing to do, go wherever and open whatever, or do we build new schools? And if so, where? And that gets to the point of where our property lies and what can be done, because some of the properties are in advantageous spots, and some of them present some challenges in terms of what's out there with industrial areas and major highways and other factors. So those are exactly the types of questions that we're ready to take on over the next foreseeable future.
Well, and the hard part with, I think, the high school is your high growth area. High schools are next to each other, and the other high schools, to me, although a couple are slightly decreasing, they're more flatlined, and they're flatlined full. And so where we still might need to address a bond, it may not be as big as what we thought, like a school in every area like we did last time. It might be just the high school. Or it might be, let's beef up our technical. Or be interesting. But that's what I see as a flat line of all the other schools.
We could probably include this next portion as kind of a, at the end of the Christmas present opening, there may be some hidden in the tree or something like that. Yeah, we have one more that we found, and this is just kind of an update in regards to our boundary change that we're proposing and considering with the Pocket Bus area in Joel P. and West Jordan High School. So you want to show them that information?
Yeah, so the numbers that are in your document are the official adopted boundaries that we use. Where we have this boundary change imminent, we ran some numbers on with the new forecasts with the proposed boundaries. We just wanted to present those numbers to you. For the high schools, this is Copper Hills and West Jordan with the new boundaries. Copper Hills, little decline, flat to a little bit of decline, even with students from the new area. West Jordan is a gradual decline for that. The surprise was in the middle schools. Joel P., as you would expect, a decline in those numbers. Sunset Ridge, those numbers were a little bit higher than we had in last year's data.
And that goes back to what I referenced earlier with our Antelope Canyon numbers. Scott had put in there, assuming that the water tank was going to be built in the Jones Ranch development, which is close to 3,000 homes. That's anticipating that a water tank's approved and then built within 3 years from now, Scott?
3 years, yeah.
And that's where you'd start to see the growth. That's not inevitable at this point. That's just what our best estimation is at this point. Is that it's going to be around that timeline.
Yep. If the water tank comes in as expected, this would be the growth curve.
And so when I saw these numbers, I had a similar reaction as George. I'm like, all right, what do we do here? So I want to go back. Can we go back to the Copper Hills slide? What stuck out to me is, all right, we've got this clear growth pattern in Sunset Ridge, but overall Copper Hills is going to be stable. So the growth in Sunset Ridge is offset by the steadier the decline in West Hills Middle, and so that's why Copper Hills looks like it's pretty steady there. It's pretty pretty even, because you balance out those two schools. Sunset Ridge is going to keep growing, especially if the water tank comes online as anticipated. It could be another year, it could be beyond that. We don't know.
We can say when the water tank comes online.
Yeah, when it
So-
does. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we know it's not if, it's when, for sure. But that's the takeaway. And so
But that's not enough growth for a third middle school out there.
that's the
What
questions
I was
that are,
hoping to see
Yeah.
is that I was actually hoping to see that Sunset would be a lot bigger than that. I don't think we can justify 3 middle schools out there with these numbers.
What's our
So now that it compounds the problem with what do we do with the numbers that we do have, because we don't have the numbers that would justify a third middle school.
and those are exactly the questions that we need to be tackling and looking at options and considerations. I think it's warranted to have a pretty in-depth study of some options in the West Jordan area.
What's the capacity of West Hills? I'm looking at Mr. Dumford because he always has it, but
Caleb's not too far behind him.
but yeah, I'm sure Mr. Olson has it too.
1430.
West Hills capacity, 1430.
That's current use, right?
Well, current use capacity is 15. The architectural, I was just looking at architectural capacity. Current enrollment is 12. Current use capacity is 1534.
And the capacity of Sunset Ridge.
Current use capacity is extreme, and that's 1560.
Because we have how many portables there?
Or let's see,
Number's
Eight.
different than what we got.
we've had as high as 14 there in the past.
We have 8 at
four-
Sunset Ridge.
I think there's 10 portables at Sunset Ridge.
And so the question for me when I saw this data was, is the boundary change still a good recommendation? That's the important question. And I think if you'd have to just take it, if you move forward with it, you acknowledge that the students that live in that area can come to Sunset Ridge, can come to Copper Hills. Copper Hills is going to be okay. Sunset Ridge is going to grow. What that would mean are a couple of options that you could consider. One, you just make sure there's going to probably be a boundary change in the next couple of years involving the Sunset Ridge, West Hills areas in order to offset that growth. Number two, you could wait and see. This is another idea. You could wait and see on a year-by-year basis and approve permits, but maybe not move forward with a boundary change for Sunset Ridge. You could approve permits year by year. Those are a couple of options. We could move forward as proposed, and with the understanding there'd be another boundary change within 2 to 3 years. Or we could take it on a year-by-year basis, approving permits as we go.
And we could set some guidelines to approve permits at a higher rate than we are at other schools.
The board can make those adjustments as they see fit.
I wish we had our long-term plan in place, because I think part of that boundary change would be,
Well, if we had, all of this would have just changed.
yeah, that's true too.
So we don't have, no matter what, even if we had one, we don't anymore.
It would had to be adjusted.
Yep.
The beginning of creating one.
In 1500, Sunset Ridge was bursting.
So we have West Hills, which is green, and we have Sunset Ridge, which is red. And the numbers don't necessarily indicate that a third middle school is needed.
So we're gonna put the community through multiple boundary changes.
Or we do it now.
No, we didn't notice West Hills.
Well, we can notice them now, though.
I think someone wanted to. Sorry.
I think there was more than one someone, but someone wasn't here for the vote.
We can notice it now, though, right? We just have to give 120 days.
90.
Oh, is it 90?
90 days. And to be clear, I mean, if you look at the graph for Sunset, they're going to be okay for the next couple of years. We could do the change next year, and you would anticipate avoiding the areas that we just changed to be involved in another boundary change again, but the school community itself as a whole would go through another boundary change, and that's the sticking point.
Can we make it now and make it effective a year from the fall and give that grandfather kind of stay at the school or not? I mean, do you always have to make the decision that this boundary change is effective in the fall?
No.
You do not. The notice requirement, if you were going to go through the boundary change, would still be required now. You still have to give 90 days notice before you make that decision.
Is there an expiration on that notice?
I don't think so.
We could just notice everybody in the whole district. I mean,
I don't want those calls.
seriously, could you just notice everyone
How
in
many
the
emails do you
district?
want to read?
You're on our list for the next 10 years for a potential boundary
on
change.
notice.
Bryce was joking when he said Moab.
In theory, yes.
Okay.
Technically, they got noticed 5 years ago.
There you go.
I have a feeling the legislature would question.
We probably have a new law
The
that we
intent
could be
of the
looking
law
at.
would
There
not
might,
meet.
there might be a hearing in response to that.
Remind me where we're at with this boundary change as far as our timeline goes.
Want me to take it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we have a survey active right now for patrons to give their feedback on the idea. We're not asking them to rank options. We're just asking for their comments. That survey is scheduled to close on November 1st. It went to every parent and teacher and employee at 4 schools.
The 4 schools and the cities.
Not receive it.
We can
We'll-
get you a link.
We'll probably send it out again, maybe next week, just as a reminder to participate in that. We'll provide those comments to the board and bring that information back on the 14th of November for a public hearing, and then with looking for a business item on the agenda for the 28th of November for action.
Potential action then. Oh, and we'll send out a reminder again. It's been open. I mean, we sent the notice August 30th so it's been open for quite some time. So, and we've got comments. We'll share those comments with you as soon as the survey closes. We'll send them to you so you have, several days to look them over prior to the November 14th hearing, and then we can go from there.
Just maybe to restate what Mr. Anderson said is that given the state of our demographic changes and the growth and potential water tanks when they come online, it may be worth considering the option of saying exactly what Mr. Anderson had talked about, of looking at the Sunset Ridge boundary and saying, look, let's just do permits year by year as we get more information coming online, but approving the high school boundaries would be safe. I think that there's a perspective there to consider that might make giving us some time to see what's going to happen with that water tank may be valuable.
And that could also alleviate the concern of ping-ponging people through boundary
yeah.
changes over the next couple of
Multiple
years.
boundary changes, yeah.
So you could do that. That's the option
Yeah.
that's I think's out there. Someone once said it's never A or B, it's always
C, D, E, or F.
yeah. Any other questions on this that we can help answer or that we can put on future agenda and discussions?
No.
Yeah, like we said, reiteration of what was said at the beginning. This is the beginning of a lot of questions and discussions to be hashed out in future study sessions, committees, and so forth.
Mike, I did have one question. The capacity worksheet shows current enrollment date of June of 23. Can we get that updated to the October numbers of 23?
Not right now.
When will we be able to get that updated?
So during the break, I mentioned to you that Mr. Feston and I are working on revising that document. We are going to pause on updating until we have some changes in place so that we're not showing inaccurate information. So give us a little bit of time, please.
A little bit meaning months, weeks?
3 to 5 years ish. We're hoping to be. What we're hoping to do is provide the board a better view, because even that document is still a little bit difficult to understand. So we're trying to get a system set up where Mr. Feston and I can have that document be no more than a year out of date as far as how schools are being used. Doing that requires some back end work that we're in the middle of. So it is a priority for us, but it may take into November or early December.
But you were
So-
specifically talking about the enrollment of the schools, like that can be
That we can
updated
give you in a different format, absolutely.
Okay.
much sooner.
So how inaccurate would you say it might be to still use that worksheet as we digest the numbers we just got based on capacities? Are you saying it might be so inaccurate, don't even use the worksheet, or
No.
there's a plus or minus 10% error?
It's a good baseline. One of the things that we realized this summer was we had some schools where a kindergarten room, architecturally built as a kindergarten room for half day, became a full day kindergarten room.
Okay.
So that, from a capacity perspective, would change by 25 students. On that document, there are some schools where it shows, as a result of that, an increased capacity of negative 25, which is accurate, but hurts your head to think about that way. So we're trying to restructure behind the scenes so we can be more accurate in what we're showing as those changes
That
take
answers
place.
my question. Thank
Makes
you.
sense.
Okay.
Okay, any questions?
Can we get a shout out when it's done?
Ooh, oh, yes. I thought you just wanted a shout right now.
That'd be okay too.
Yep. And if
Yes, we'll give the shout out right now to this team right here. Thank you.
if anyone would like to talk deeper about any of these numbers, background, methodology, I'm happy to accommodate.
So we'll need a future agenda item, and I don't know how far down the road this is or how much time we need, but I mean, my mind's already starting to, think, do we need to have a boundary change here? Do we need to have one there? We're going to have an agenda item tonight to talk about, potential next new school, but I would like to hear staff's recommendations on, do we need a boundary change and what that timeline would be?
I think as we've discussed it, I think, as I mentioned earlier, an in-depth study of the West Jordan area with potential ideas is warranted. I think we need to come back to the board in the coming weeks and months to give you some ideas on what to do, what could be done, and why it should be done. And so there's the West Jordan area that we've just discussed. There's the long-term high school plan that I think needs to be looked at, and locations of potential middle school and high school sites. Those are the three that come to mind right offhand. And then we can also look at other areas to watch, such as the Ochre Hills boundary and others. I mean, they may morph into each other, but those are the three off the top of my head.
Do we have time, or do we need to consider sending out notice to West Hills? I'm not really interested in making Sunset Ridge go through multiple boundary changes with.
We can, as you can see, that the numbers don't indicate that we need to make a boundary change this year. And so you could just say, not right now, and push pause on the Sunset Ridge boundary change and allow for permits, as you've already done for this year. We could come back to you often with updates and where we stand with that. And then you could look at a boundary change either next year or even the year after that and still be in range.
There's a lot to think about.
So Superintendent, does your staff have that bandwidth, or should we start thinking about hiring some company to tackle this and to say, do we own the property we own? Where do we need to build the schools? How do we deal with growing schools and shrinking schools? What's an overall plan? And I'm getting to the point where I don't know, I'm wondering if your staff has the bandwidth to do all that we're doing and still put together a strategic plan like that.
I think we have the bandwidth to do that. I think what we need from the board is just direction on what scope you would want us to, what you want the scope of the project to be.
I wasn't kidding when I mentioned Moab number 2.
I know you
think
weren't.
The
That's
numbers we're seeing is we need to look at our entire district, because I was very concerned about Copper Mountain, because we've never discussed a plan to alleviate Copper Mountain until all of a sudden, wait, we have schools that could alleviate Copper Mountain. And if we don't start asking those questions now, I think we need to look at the whole district to say, do we have the seat capacity? And if we don't, do we have the seat capacity that just needs to be realigned?
Yeah, the reason I followed up on your Moab 2 comment is because I know you weren't joking, and I know we do need to consider that. When we're talking about a bond and we're talking about boundary changes and the frequency of boundary changes, those are all of the trade-offs that we have to consider. Pocket busing, frequency of boundary changes, the cost of a bond, and it's always a balance. And this is where the board's responsibility is key, or the board's perspective rather is key, because as elected officials, then you have to make that decision about what's most important. Fewer boundary changes that are less disruptive, so we build a school, or some domino effect boundary changes that result in not having to build a school but disrupt a high percentage of communities to try to move from more populated areas to less populated areas. And that's what Moab involved. And there were some times when we did move from this school to this school and then on to the neighboring school, because you have a need 2 schools away for accommodating growth, and you have to make some dramatic changes. We made dramatic changes in some areas. In other areas, we backed away from that. And so that's where we really we can get direction from the board on what you'd like to consider, and then we can give you good information so that you can decide how to balance out building versus dramatic boundary changes. One example of that, and I mention this not because it's being considered at all for those listening, but in the past, there was a decision to build more in order to move out of year-round entirely. And that was a decision that, as elected officials who are responsible for the taxation that's required to pull that off and the impact on families of having some on year-round and most not, that was a decision that was made in balancing those needs and those possible solutions. So that's a long answer, but we do have the bandwidth to bring that information back so you can make decisions about whether to boundary or build. Of course, when you build, you have to change boundaries, but not in the domino effect way that would involve so many more schools.
Last year, after Scott gave us his numbers, I calculated empty seat capacity based on enrollment and based on capacity. And I know there's a range between green and I think I stayed with yellow. As of last year, we had between 2,900 and 3,100 empty seats in our high schools.
Mm-hmm.
We had a total of 8,400 to 13,900 empty seats in our district. So if enrollment's not increasing, we have seat capacity in our district.
And we've done a,
Not in the right places.
we've done a similar analysis. I remember specific conversations. I think I remember where I was sitting in the room where Travis and I were talking about, as part of Moab, okay, what's the total number of middle school seats? Now, what is the total number of middle school students? Now, how painful is it to move
Match.
students from where they live to where we have space to school them? How painful is that? And the pain tolerance is something that the board decides. That is too dramatic a pocket bus situation, or that is too dramatic a boundary shift for us to reasonably expect of families we need to build. Or we can save and not have to build a building by making these boundary adjustments, and that's a level of boundary adjustment that we feel comfortable with. So that's really what has to be balanced out for that bond question.
So, President, here's what I would propose. Just like I remember what we called it when it went from red to green in terms of strategies, where we had year-round and then pocket busing. I would love to have them create a range from least desirable to most desirable, and then pinpoint a handful of those options along the way. A skeleton of it.
Wait, I'm
To start.
not following you. Least desirable and most desirable of what?
Remember how we have a, what's it called? Student.
Continuum.
What's it called?
Housing and enrollment
Housing
continuum.
enrollment continuum.
Yeah.
I would love to ask them to develop a seat capacity filling continuum where we go from least desirable to most desirable.
Who has to be, what are the most disruptive?
What are the most disruptive ways to balance out the seats that we have across the district? What are the most disruptive to the least disruptive? But the least disruptive will require building. So the more we get into the green, the more you're going to have to put, and that's going to have to say, build a new school here. So the red would say no new schools. We're not going to build any new schools. We're going to have massive boundary changes, but every student will have a seat and will stay within capacity. The green is no uncomfortable boundary changes, but this is the most expensive because we're going to have to build buildings.
So
Well, I guess I couldn't say that because that wouldn't be the most desirable.
if the board were to direct the staff to do that, then what I picture is something like maybe four plans of varying shades of green and red.
Uncomfort.
And so on the red extreme, and that's something we would talk about as a group, and we can perhaps do that now. That's really all we need is clarity from the board about what you're looking for. So the red would be, if we didn't build at all, either we don't go for a bond or the bond fails, what does that look like? And on the other end, not that we build unnecessary schools that will be outdated with wanton abandon, but that we build schools that avoid pocket busing, that avoid dramatic boundary changes. I think we have a pretty good sense for
Okay.
What a dramatic boundary change is and what a reasonable boundary change is.
Okay,
based
then
on
let me
what
suggest
families-
this. I like that, and I'm going to take the red and the green out of it because there's an assumption in red and green that we're going from least desirable to most desirable. So my proposal would be no building, no new buildings, to building the buildings we need where they're needed.
Okay.
That would be the continuum that I would propose. So the left side is we're going to fill the schools that are overcrowded. We're going to fill the schools that are undercrowded with the schools that are overcrowded, and that's going to be no new building. This is no new buildings all the way to this is where we would need to build schools to alleviate the growth. And this is how many schools, and this is what it would cost, and this is when you need to start building them. I think that would be more instructive to this board than the green-red.
So we don't need to, so the one end where we don't build any new buildings, part of that would be, so how many schools would be involved in a boundary change?
Yep.
How widespread would that be?
And what physical limitations would we have to cross in order to make those boundary changes?
Because the theory of making dramatic boundary changes and not having to bond is attractive. Seeing some of the practical requirements would maybe be a bit sobering. And then one or two in the middle is what I envision if the board directs us to put together a plan like this. One or two in the middle where we say, here are a couple of buildings that alleviate the most pain. Now, one clarification is that we would not have specific boundary recommendations unless directed to do so by the board, because what gets tricky is before we go to that level of work, I think we need to conceptually say,
Yep.
we're talking about pocket busing in this general area to this group of schools. It would have to be a little bit vague initially to say, are we on the right track? Are there two of these plans that you'd like us to really nail down? If that makes sense.
Can I add one more thing on that? What Dr. Godfrey does well in his staff is innovative thinking. Is there any solutions, outside box thinking, that could also solve these issues too? Can you bring that with this? Because there might be something out there that solves this that we haven't thought of yet, and I know you're really good at that.
So,
We can do
you know
that.
how we always talk when we do boundary changes, we say it's not A, it's not B, it's C, D, or E?
Yeah.
So how about A is no new buildings? B is no major boundary changes. And then C, D, and E are the combinations of those that you think are palatable and desirable. A little bit of A, maybe less B. Here's a little bit of B, less A, and vice versa. Because then we can see it as, here's option A. We don't have to build any new buildings. I think that's a reality that we need to address, that there is seat capacity in this district to not need any new buildings. But to make that happen is very, very uncomfortable. And here's why. Okay, the other side is, yeah, it sounds great to just build new buildings, but here's the cost. Here's where they would be needed, and here's the dollar figure. There's A, there's B, so let's talk C, D, and E.
And you're talking specific schools for C, D, and E?
Or areas, or ideas, or solutions. C is a solution that's a little bit of A, a little bit of B, and here's how we tweak it. So yes, we do boundary changes, and we build these schools, but not as many as we would if we didn't do boundary changes.
May I clarify? Just a couple of things.
Yeah, sure. And I'm just talking about conceptually. That's if the
Yeah.
board directs us
Yeah.
to do that. That would be a board decision, but I'm trying to kind of give some form to that. So I think we're talking about a similar outcome.
And we all need form to that.
If in the course
So
of,
let me make a motion, and then we can clarify, because if the board doesn't approve it, there's no sense doing it. President Miller, I move that we direct staff to move forward in developing a building use capacity continuum that provides options that include no new buildings by meeting the need through boundary changes, to meeting the needs by new growth, building new buildings, and options that accommodate a combination of both.
Okay, I'm not going to restate that motion.
Gotta record
Motion by
You
Mr.
got it,
Dunford.
right?
We'll figure it out.
That's all that
Second by
matters.
Mr. Robinson. Discussion to that motion. Do we want to, Dr. Anderson, do you want to ask your clarifying questions?
it's just the clarification just in the course of doing this, and I do think we have the bandwidth. It's just we have the bandwidth to do this, and we have the skill to do this. I appreciate that question. In the course of looking through this and sifting through it, I need to know the board's comfort level in if we do come up with a solution or an option that might include potentially, and I'm not forecasting anything, I'm
Closing
not saying
schools.
anything, but closures.
Yes.
Are you the board's comfort level with maybe throwing that out there as a possibility?
Exactly what I was about to say. I think we have to. We have to be able to say our problems are not all growth, and we need to look at all the solutions that will.
Okay.
You
That's
came
just
back
my
with Moab proposing the closure of a school before the board had given any direction. And I very much applauded that, and that was a bold move. But I think we as a board need to include in my motion that there's an assumption that school closures are an option.
And I view that motion as, including these comments, just really nothing's off the table.
Yeah.
We bring any ideas, we bring whatever
Innovation,
ideas
school
we have.
closures,
Because we have talked
repurposing
about,
buildings.
we have talked to staff about various ideas for addressing this, so we wouldn't be starting from square one in bringing some ideas forward.
I need to know, Nikki, how you feel about having addressed your major concerns. Is there something you need to add to the consideration to make this, that's the information I need to have moving forward?
I think we're on the path to addressing my concerns. I'm certainly not there.
One thing that I like about this idea is when we get to the point where we've made a decision, it gives me the ability to explain to constituents, why did you do this? Why didn't you do A? Why didn't you do B? And I can easily tell them, hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, we considered A through F, and this is what we finally decided would be best.
Right.
So yeah, it gives me information that I'll need to eventually answer questions that come my way in the future.
Thank you. I think another key element of expectation and some clarity for us is we have the bandwidth, but also I think that comes with the expectation for timeline as to when how much time are we going to have to do this?
And that was going to be my comment. My concern is how much time will this take? What is the scope of this project, and what can we expect of you? Is it too much? Is it?
I want my
You
I want my team to chime in here because I think we're going to show you. We've showed you one area that we're considering a boundary change for. We're going to show you another in the Aspen area that we're needing to have some decisions made sooner rather than later. But beyond that, I think we have some time. As you saw tonight, there's nothing imminent that somebody's going to be hitting a critical point because the board's already dealt with those issues at Ridgeview, and we're going to be dealing with them today on the agenda item with Aspen. So we've got some time. This can be, my question is if we draw this out over the next several months, if we needed to, we could start the process for identifying boundary changes as early as next year, but it might be a year after that. It could be 2 or 3 years in some cases, and beyond that, especially if we're talking long-term high school considerations. Is that okay in terms of your expectations?
And one of my questions too was, do we need to wait for the seismic studies to be back, at least to do that one corner of our district?
Yes, I would add that as well. That's a good point. Anything else you guys would add to that?
I think as we were just talking, I think that a reasonable timeline is late January, early February is a reasonable turnaround for us to present our first draft.
We wouldn't even have our seismic studies back by then.
Is it, would it be helpful to look at these by level instead of as a whole?
Yeah, we'll be looking at it by
I
level.
almost feel like we should start with focusing on middle school and then move from there.
That's good clarification. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
That's the kind of clarification that's helpful
That's where
for
I'm
us.
seeing the
We
most
always deal with
urgency.
boundary changes and proposals by level, but if you have an urgency or you'd want to prioritize one level over another, that would be helpful for us to know where to start.
Actually, I completely agree. We need to do it by level, but I think it would be most helpful to the board if we could bring all 3 levels at once. because then you could say, hey, this area is going to be impacted at all three levels, and that's not. I think you would be more resistant to saying every kid in every family in this area is impacted versus, hey, there are some tough elementary adjustments, but we're able to maintain middle and high, if that makes sense. Because I do think there are pockets where elementary could really be impacted or secondary is impacted, but not all of them. But you're exactly right. I think looking at it by level, saying, okay, this is what happens with elementary, this is what happens with middle, this is what happens with high. And then a completely separate conversation is, how close do we get to aligning feeders? Because a dramatic boundary change without new buildings means that you have an elementary school. I know we have some already, but you have more elementary schools that feed into 3 middle schools, more middle schools that feed into 3 high schools. And so sometimes seeing the impact of that is an important aspect. So I would suggest that we look at it in the way you described, but we have all of that ready at the same time so we can layer that.
And the timeline Mr. Hamlin described, I mean, we come with concepts, not necessarily fully fleshed out ideas and you know, certainly not maps or even names at this point, just conceptual ideas of where we are, what are some of the considerations. If the board's still wanting us to use their boundary change priorities that they updated, I believe, in fall of 2020, when we looked at that, we could bring all of that back and make sure that we're progressing in a manner comfortable with your expectations.
I think my expectation is, here's the uncomfortable A, here's the uncomfortable B. Now here's an option C, D, and E. Which one is moving in the direction you most are comfortable with?
And
you make that decision, and then we eliminate all of these possibilities, and then we clarify this one into F, G, H, and I. Okay, now which of those are you most comfortable with?
Like M or something like that.
I think
in
we were.
Moab or something like
I think we were. It was like Rose at the Eccles Center. It was like the
A1,
option
A.2.
A.
It almost seems more difficult to do that conceptually high level without naming schools than, because there are just such specific needs in different areas.
Well, I think we would name schools, but we wouldn't name streets. People would want to know, is Shadow Haven Circle going to be included in that boundary change? I hope I made up a circle that doesn't exist.
But it sounds nice.
Yerfdog Circle.
Yerfdog Circle. There you go. That's the generic one. If Yerfdog Circle is going to have a boundary change or not, that's where we would not
Right, we don't wanna go
get
there
serious.
yet.
But what I picture is Scott's signature kind of heat map.
Yeah.
And here's a heat map zone where we would see a pocket busing to this to this school or to that school, or, you know, so people could start to make calculations based on that. But so I think we would name schools, but we wouldn't name streets. Is that a fair way of describing it?
There is indeed a Shadow Mountain Circle, however, it's in Fayetteville.
Shadow Haven.
Shadow Haven.
Shadow Haven is in Las Vegas and Tennessee.
All my friends in
Ready,
Tennessee,
folks,
boundary
coming to
changes are
Jordan School
coming.
District.
The Tennessee News
We've already
tonight.
named schools. I think we've already named schools, and so the
Sure.
precedent has been set. We know where the concerns are.
Yeah. Yeah. You're reading too much fantasy, I guess.
Okay, further questions on this motion or discussion? Okay, so the motion is on the table that we ask staff to bring us back a continuum that goes from not building any new buildings and just making boundary changes to building the buildings we need, and then, or building the buildings
We need where we need them.
where they're needed, and then some options in between, some conceptual options in between, so that we can decide as a board what our comfort level is before we start narrowing in on an option. That includes bringing back or including any innovative solutions you might have, or any potential school closures that you might have. And our time frame is late January, early February. And all 3 levels brought back at once. Have I captured the motion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. So that, you've got your marching orders. Do you have any further questions?
Probably, but not at this time. We
Oh. we have we have a meeting in a week.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
we'll see you next week, and if we have questions, we'll bring those. But this is good direction. This helps us start moving forward. And what I think is we'll see how the seismic studies are going at that point, and we may be able to even make some assumptions there and say, okay, if this were to be the decision, then this is what it would look like. If this is what the seismic study came back with, this is what it would look like. Because it'll be conceptual at that point. Just like tonight, it'll be the next step in discussion and moving forward. So thank you for that direction.
So I have one more clarification. I'm not sure if it was part of this last motion or not, but having staff look at, do we have the land, the high school and the middle school sites that we need and the place that we need them to be?
Yeah.
Or do we need to?
I think we
some
understood that to
different
be
set
part
options.
of the discussion.
Part of it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
I gotta say it. Maybe we convert all libraries into classrooms.
You know, I
That's
think
the
it's
innovative thinking I was saying about.
Roll tonight,
That might
Dunford.
solve several issues.
Second.
All in
Oh
favor?
boy, here comes the emails. Okay.
Just to make everyone smile. I'm not proposing that.
All right. Chair chooses to move on to the next agenda item. Our next item is our school permit summary. So, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Olson.
All right. So every year about this time, we bring to the board information on permits granted in the previous school year. And by previous school year, I mean the one we're in right now, because we're already thinking into next year. And then we talk to the board about what we are looking at in terms of permit seats that might be available by level. So you have these two items in board docs. One of them has been updated a couple times since you maybe have seen it. So we'll start with the one that is the report of permits granted. The first slide, we have elementary school permits. We accepted or seated about 38% of the permit applications we received for this year at the elementary level. 306 were seated, 502 were not, 808 total applications. You can see the graph there. The trend that we have seen in the non-Moab years has continued in that most of the permit priorities, or most of the permit applications, receive the priorities at the higher end, the siblings, students in the district, all others area. If you don't have it, I will make sure you get it. I did send it.
I was
but
the only one.
Yeah, no,
I
we
don't
will.
have it.
I sent it, but I also sent several others, so it may have gotten lost in the shuffle. We'll make sure you have it before we leave today. Next one, middle school, about 39% seated rate, 238 out of 609, 371 not seated. Same trends there, with most of the permits seated being at the higher priorities students in the district and all others. Remember that on here you'll notice the driving distance priorities are empty for this year because the board voted to remove those from the list for this school year's permits.
So, Caleb, does that mean in general we have the permits necessary so we're able to get down to those lower ones? Or what? Tell me what that means to you.
My interpretation of these numbers is that most of the individuals applying for permits don't qualify for the higher priorities.
So it's a declaration of who's applying for permits more than it's what were we able to hand out.
Yeah, if we go back to the elementary school, we came in at the August study session to talk to the board about possibly examining the permit priorities and if there was an appetite or a desire to make change. One of the things that we mentioned at that time was that these permit priorities are great for years where we do significant boundary changes. And if you look at the elementary school graph here, the 1920 line has the highest number of students receiving those priorities at level 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, and 4. Because in a boundary change or a large boundary change, those are the students who want to permit back into the school where they're going. or going from. Now that we are not in those years of significant boundary change, most of the applications we get are students who are just looking to attend somewhere else for any other reason.
So it's almost as if we need to have a priority based on length of time from the last boundary change or something like that. That this needs to shift based on current situation of the school.
Would definitely be an innovative approach to permit priorities. High school, last one there. High schools accepted about 54%. High schools tend to be able to accept more because they have more space. They also, this year we had several high schools who came to the board with wanting additional seats that the board discussed and was okay with. But you'll notice the same thing here. The 1920 line, we have far more students in the juniors remaining as seniors category than we ever have again, because juniors who leave the school as a senior tend to not happen unless the district has reboundaried them out of their high school. So these priorities tend to work best in large boundary change years, and then after that, we have students who don't fall in those priorities very often.
So if someone wanted to come from another district into our district, are they in the last column?
If they did not qualify as any of the other categories, yes. So if they were an employee child, they would qualify higher. But if they were just coming from outside the district to come to a Jordan District school, first we applaud their decision and we would welcome them with open arms. But yes, they would be at the end of that priority list. Now, to reference back in August, we did come and ask the board about the possibility of making changes. One of the things we needed to find out was the timetable that Power School, our permit vendor, needed in order to make those changes. When we asked them in August when they needed to find out about changes, they said July would be great. So we were too late to make changes for this year. If the board has interest in directing staff to bring proposals or having those discussions, it would be something that if we're not able to do by the end of a school year, we would be putting it off till another year.
This presentation is now on board docs.
Any questions?
The number one reason we didn't seat them is they just didn't qualify.
Because we ran out of seats before we ran out of applicants. Now, that being said, when the open enrollment window closed, there were still a large number of seats available, but much like your comment earlier with the district having plenty of seats in the wrong places, we have plenty of seats in the wrong places. We tend to get more applications at schools that don't have seats than we do at schools that have seats. And that's just personal preference. People choose the schools they'd like to try and go to, and some we can accommodate and some we can't. Any questions on those? This is just informational for the board. There's nothing to approve or to review from that.
So what's broken is the previous discussion. We don't have enough seats in certain places, and we have extra seats in other places. That's what's broken in our district.
So this document, will just let me explain a few things before we get into it. Mr. Feston has just given you some lovely forecasts. He neglected to mention we warranty those forecasts through 7 p.m. today, so unfortunately, because your discussion went long, we're no longer going to guarantee those numbers for you. That's unfortunate, but...
It's a John Larson caveat.
On Monday morning, I made a comment to Travis that it was supposed to snow on Thursday because that's what the 5-day forecast said. It is, as of right now, no longer snowing on Thursday. It's supposed to rain. And that was in a 5-day forecast. Mr. Feston has presented you with an 1,825-day forecast. There is flexibility there. What is at the tail end of that forecast may not happen because things will change. These numbers are about a 300-day forecast. We're now looking at the beginning of next school year. So we're more confident in them, but this is also the least accurate of the many forecasts we do for a school year. So be it aware as you look at these that these numbers are going to change. Now, there was a previous version of this that I sent out that Ms. George emailed me this afternoon and asked me if I would clarify what the capacity numbers were on here. And I realized as I looked at it that this document was not terribly clear because there was a capacity number, but then because of how permit law works in Utah, we take 90% of that number. So we were using a number that wasn't on the document, and I thought I would change the document and update it. To go back to the point I made to Mr. Dunford earlier about the capacities being confusing, after making that change, I realized about 10 minutes ago that I copied the wrong set of numbers onto the middle school level and had to have Ms. Lestarge update the document again. So we're working on capacities to make it more clear for you all. We have to work on it being more clear for us first, and that is always going to be a process. So let me tell you what you see on here. First, I will say that the numbers that you see for projected enrollment will not match what Mr. Feston just gave you, and that is intentional. Mr. Feston does a attendance area and then adds in a number for permits, a net number for that. I do the same here, but when we talk about permits for next year, I do not include 6th graders, 9th graders, and 12th graders because they won't be in those schools next year. So the numbers that I show here for projected enrollment are not going to match. That's just because we use the numbers for different purposes. The numbers under early enrollment capacity are 90% of the current use capacity of each school, because state law says that if a school is projected to be under 90% full, they must take permits. And if it is projected to be over 90% full, they do not have to take permits. So rather than give you a number and let you do the math yourself, I've done the math for you in advance. I don't know why we've never done that before, but it's that way now, so you can see that information. If the projected enrollment is less than 90%, there are seats available. So if you look at Antelope Canyon, the projected enrollment number I have is 602. The early enrollment capacity is 788. If you subtract those two, there should be 186 seats, and that is how many are available at Antelope Canyon for next year as of what we project today. Now, you can see down that list, some schools have seats, some schools do not. Seats are not always available where people want to be. Also, one thing that is difficult to remember is that just because a school has 300 seats available does not mean it will get 300 applications. These are the seats that they would have to take. It doesn't mean that's how many people will apply. We have some schools that have several hundred seats available every year and get 20 or 30 applications. It's just how people choose to do things. If you look over at the middle school, the numbers are basically the same as with the elementary. The categories are the same there. In high school, we have one of these numbers that is a little different. You'll notice in the high school section it says instructional portables on site. That doesn't come into play for how many permit seats are available, but it comes into play for the board's priority or permit tiers, the red, yellow, and green numbers at the end. And I'll talk about those starting with the elementary, but I want to call out that high school is a little bit different. Up to 90%, a school must, according to state law, accept permit applications. When they hit 90%, they are no longer required, but they can. In Moab, the Board of Education set up some guidelines for schools to follow when accepting permits from 90 to 100%. Those guidelines were based on the number of portables that exist at each school. The board's guideline was that if a school had no portables, they could go from 90 to 100% of the building's capacity simply by talking with the administrator of schools for that building. If a school had 1 to 6 portables, they could go from 90 to 100% by getting approval from the administrator of schools and notifying the Board of Education that that was taking place. And if a school had more than 6 portables, they could go above 90% with approval from cabinet and discussion at the board. We have not done that much. Last year was the first time we've done it because we just don't go above that range much. Schools tend to add permits more from February on when we're outside the open enrollment range. So you can see the number of portables in use at elementary and middle school and how those correlate to the permit tier in the last column. At the high schools, it says instructional portables in use because each high school was given a portable by the district to use for storage on site, and we don't hold that against them as a portable. So we're counting -1 of the total number of portables at each site so that they are reflected accurately in that total. The short answer then is, much like with seats in buildings, there are plenty of permits available next year in Jordan School District. They just may not be where people want them to be. We do a good job of accommodating. Our principals do the best they can, but not everyone will be able to get a seat at the school they want, and that unfortunately is the reality that we operate in.
So let me make sure I understand this. The 6,000 total permits available would be 290%.
Yes. If we were to fill every school in the
To
district.
fill every school to 90%, we have 6,000 to fill. That's not even going beyond 90%. So there are seats available in this district.
To architectural capacity or to current use capacity?
It's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. So it is architectural capacity. However, if there is a district program, like a support classroom for special ed at the school, we don't include those in the capacity. We take some of the
That
current
entire
use out.
classroom.
We also don't count portables, because if a school has portables, they are by definition over capacity. So it is a combination, which is why previously when you reached out to me and said, is this current use or is this architectural capacity? I realized, well, it's neither of those. It's kind of a mishmash of them. So maybe I should just put the mishmash number on the paper.
So it doesn't include the most complex components of current use, the basic components of current use. There's a program placed there. There are support classrooms there. We don't count those. So you're not moving programs to create this sort of capacity. But there may be architectural capacity where, okay, they're using this room as a wellness room, but it could be a classroom, and that's not, that we would count that as a classroom.
State law requires us to do instructional stations, and we would want them to be 90% full. Now, to that, DLI has instructional stations, but those seats are technically available under the permit calculation, but they can't really be filled. They're still counted here, because once permits get filled in open enrollment, that's when we do our calculation for teacher allocations, and we staff appropriately. So permits are a further complication of a system that is already a bit of a nightmare. But we do our best.
So what was your formula again? Architectural minus decreased.
Architectural minus district programs, and then we don't include portables.
Not including portables. Okay.
And it's 90% of that number. Should be what's in early enrollment capacity.
So do you need any?
This is just informational for the board. The board has asked previously that you be told about it. So here I am telling you about it. And the permit window opens on November 15th. We should be on track to hit that. People will be able to apply. We run the lottery off of the priorities from November 15th through December 31st. Those notifications will go out and schools will begin seating in January when we return from the break. And then we continue to seat as space is available as we move from January to day one of the upcoming school year.
What was the criteria for allowing a school to go from tier 1 to tier 2, or from tier 2 to tier 3?
In the open enrollment section
Yeah.
there, it's just off the number of portables. That was the board's decision. It's just counting the number of portables. Now, as I mentioned, at the high school, we subtract 1 because there is a portable that was assigned to each high school for storage, and we don't count that against, air quotes, the school as a portable that's in use. At the middle schools, we do a similar sort of calculation because some of the middle schools have a dance portable that, even though it is a portable, it is a permanent structure, and so we don't count that as a portable in the same way that we would a portable that moves in for growth.
So Harriman High School has 0 instructional portables, but they're still tier 2. So it's more than portable.
This is what happens when I rush to do things on the way here.
Sorry, you did not need to do that.
But that's the design, is it's purely the number of portables they have. You become a tier 3 school when you add your 7th instructional portable.
Right.
It's showing tier 2 because the cell that it is calling is the total portable column, not the -1 from each school column, because we were in process of making changes to the document
Okay,
that we
that
told you we were going to
makes-
make changes to, and we're going to.
Formula change coming.
Yeah, I will ensure that it is correct before it happens.
So Harriman has 1 portable, but it's being
They should be in tier 1.
it's being subtracted as an instructional portable, but we're pulling from that doc. Okay.
Yeah.
That clarifies my confusion. Thank you.
I will make that correction before it goes live.
So when to move to, like if a school wants to be at tier 2, it's board notification. When do we get that notification?
Whenever that situation happens, the thing to remember is these are open enrollment tiers, and open enrollment ends the first Friday in February. So that is about the same time that schools get their 2.0 allocation. So what happens is that we don't have a lot of schools that want to add in open enrollment, but once they get a 2.0 allocation, we may tell a high school you're going to have 2,800 students, and they may get into July or August and they have 2,500, so they may want to take some additional permits then, but they're not trying to increase in open enrollment, so the tiers would not apply, because at that point the school can't go over what the district has agreed to pay for in terms of teachers. So there are schools who take permits, there are schools who take decent amounts of permits, but the board would only be notified from November 15th to the first Friday in February.
Hey, is
Okay,
there
one
any-
more.
Okay.
Is there a hard stop at 100%, or does this assume may add permits above 90, and there is discretion there to go up into the 100, 101, 102%, or is there a hard cutoff at 100%? You cannot add another permit no matter what.
When I began this job, I would have said it was a hard cutoff at 100, because 100 is 100 is 100. Our high school principals in particular, the ones this would apply to, they know their communities better, they know the needs of their communities better. They may work with their administrator of schools on those sorts of things, because there may be circumstances or situations. Some of our high schools like to try and accommodate kids who want to come to their school, if at all possible, but they may take a reasonable number of those students.
An example of that is if you went with the strict definition, you have only 3 kids that don't get to come. And it's maybe better to just say, let's just move that enough so that we can say everyone who applied within the window is able to come.
Would you say, Superintendent, that your principals understand that?
I think so.
Or do they have the
I would say
impression from this
yes.
board that it's a hard 100% cutoff?
I think it's one of the advantages of the supervision structure that we have with administrators of schools working closely with, having the bandwidth to work closely with principals. I think those conversations happen. They did not in the very first year after this was put in place, because such hard decisions had been made to put these lines in place. But I think at this point there are good conversations, so we make reasonable decisions around those.
It's a people decision, not a number decision.
It's a people-informed number decision. Is that a fair way of saying it, Caleb?
It is, and those type of conversations really only occur at the high school level and a bit at the secondary, because they have access to additional funding opportunities that they could use to add staff. Elementaries are more hesitant to do that because their classes, they can't absorb numbers in a gym class or another class like some of the secondary levels can. So high schools are more able to do that. Some of our elementaries just don't have much wiggle room.
Okay, thank you. And I guess Mr. Feston will stay at the table for our next
I will.
agenda item.
As we get that
And
pulled
that's
up.
our-
I just want to applaud Mr. Olson. I mean, you saw a peek behind the curtain of some of the detail-oriented work that goes into this, and I think if nothing else, we can take comfort and confidence in the numbers that we are, because we pour over them, and a lot of work goes in between, and this plays a part of Mr. Feston's forecasts as well. So thank you, Caleb, and that we're here today to talk about options to address growth near Aspen Elementary. And to Mr. Feston's earlier report on Aspen, I'll just put that up there again. It is our largest elementary school next year, and we're here to talk about options regarding it, because there are some decisions that we have to make in the near future. We have a recommendation as well as some options to consider. Now, just some context here. Aspen, what we're talking about here is what we've discussed in the past with Village 9 and Village 13 near Aspen Elementary. And I'd invite Ms. Richards to chime in anytime from the Facilities Committee standpoint, and Mr. Thomas as well, with Mr. Rostrom here to discuss this. But because of the timeline we're already on, whether it's Village 9 or Village 13, or whether it's a school or we're not a school, we still need to have we need a recommendation from the board to have a school site design approved so that we can move forward. That allows us maximum flexibility. Even if we don't decide to build there, if we don't decide tonight to do this or in the next week or so, then Mr. Rostrom's very limited in what we can do moving forward. Is that fair to say? So that's recommendation. That's the recommendation that we would like to give the board tonight. The options include a couple of things. We have a boundary change without building a new school that we could implement next year. This is not for this year, to clarify. This would be this time next year that we'd be having these discussions. The boundary change option would likely involve 5 schools surrounding Aspen Elementary, and it would likely address growth for 3 to 5 years before we had to do something different. And that could be another boundary change, it could be another school, but that's the window in which we have to work with a boundary change without a new school. If we move forward with building a new school, that would obviously include a boundary change as well. Sometimes it's a little more palatable to do a change with a new school, but it would likely involve 3 to 5 schools in that scenario, and it would address growth beyond 5 years. Discussion to those options and recommendation.
Ms. Richards, did Facilities Committee discuss this?
Oh, yes.
And do you have a recommendation or not?
We do, but I'm almost afraid to say it. No, I'm kidding. We see a boundary change, which, like Mr. Anderson said, would involve about 5 schools potentially, and it's only a very short-term fix. We, as a Facilities Committee, at least at the point of our meeting last week, would recommend that we contemplate building a new building on one of the sites in Daybreak, probably, well, I'm not going to say which one. I don't want to get speculation
But
going.
out of like Village 9 and Village
Correct.
13?
Yes,
One of
correct.
those two?
Names too hard to
Yeah, we do. But we would recommend building a new elementary school that would give us years beyond 3 to 5, and would not be a short-term fix, but would give us more wiggle room in the future.
Did you not bring that up last meeting?
I did, but they asked us to pause because they wanted to make a recommendation of a different site.
Right. And of course, then at that point, we would send it to the Finance Committee for their recommendations.
We already came back with a recommendation that we're
Build
going
one.
to build.
You
Right.
choose where, we propose we build one.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as how we'll pay for it, that would be your decision.
I mean, out of cash reserves or
Out of
or capital reserves, or whether or
uh,
not we
uh,
need a lease revenue
Lease
bond?
revenue bond, yes.
Well, it wouldn't be our decision. It would just be our
Well, your recommendation,
right?
forgive me, yeah.
Okay.
Do we
Recommendation.
have a recommendation for a site, or is it too early?
Well, as we discussed
We're
last
kinda
board meeting,
waiting.
last study session, I mean, we went out there and we looked between Village 13 and Village 9. Village 13 is not as build ready as Village 9. The site design is there. We discussed tonight the property change and alteration that so Village 9 is the more ready bet, and it's also in the middle of a neighborhood that would make it a little bit more desirable. Village 13 is in the corner that's backed up against the highway and the landfill. And so I think I think that's as we went out there, that we felt Village 9 was the better site. Both are viable, but Village 9 is better.
And part of my recommendation as chair, and I don't know that the other committee members backed that, but my recommendation was to open, if possible, in fall of 2025. So that's something that we would have to expedite immediately.
Can we move forward getting building plans started before facilities comes back with a funding recommendation? We know we have the money one way or another.
Right.
And is that what that first bullet is that you would like to be able to do that?
That's the arrow, is if we can move forward as recommended with a school site design. And at this point, we would move forward with a village site design on a school site design on Village 9.
Right. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Ostrom?
No, not really. Nothing to add. I mean, was there discussion about possibly waiting a year? You wouldn't have to do a boundary change if we waited 1 year.
We would be waiting a year to postpone until fall of 26. Yeah, we think we can get through the next 2 years without a boundary change.
Yeah.
So there's some options there for the board, but we're prepared to move forward and
For the design.
But we'd need to know now.
Exactly.
So you're saying we could get by, if it opened in fall of 2026, we could get by?
We could. That would undoubtedly include a good number of portables at the school. Next year, we're going to need likely 6 to 8. It'll probably be double that the year after that.
That's why I suggested 2025 if we could accommodate that, but I don't know.
Could we do a combination of a boundary change and building that school? So, for instance, the school comes up in 2026, but a boundary change could happen in 2025, what could alleviate some of the problem. Does that make sense? It's kind of confusing to say that.
Kids ping pong.
Me too.
Well, I wouldn't say ping pong twice. I'd say much like what we did at Oak Leaf, where we phased it in. Some came immediately, some came a year later, and it allowed people to know what those new boundaries in 2026 would be, and some were able to make the move to their new school immediately. So
we've done that.
If I'm wrong, even if we build a school, it's going to involve 3 schools.
At least 3.
Could we move some students to the 3rd school next year?
Yeah.
Even though it's not all of them that would go there. We could do a boundary so that we're pretty sure you're going to go to this school and not the new one. So could you go now?
Yeah, we've done that in a couple of instances with other schools in the past where we've phased it in. So it's something we could look at.
And I'd also propose that another reason not to rush it, I do think that we need to include our cities a little bit more in the decisions to build these schools. I know we do kind of like when we have the property or whatever, but I think that there's more of an appetite of the city leaders that I talked to be included in that decision than just say, hey, we're building another school. And so rushing it through maybe doesn't give us the amount of time I think that we need to discuss this with our associates and city councils and mayors.
Can I just clarify if your demands are met and the plan, there's approval to design the school right now?
Yeah.
Does that give time, if a decision is made in the next month or so about when to build, is opening in 2025 a reasonable option? I know you guys can make miracles happen, but is that reasonable from a timeline standpoint? Because I know the timeline has to do with being able to open a school on time, which we always do. and also getting the best pricing with the timing of a bid.
Correct.
So is all that possible if you got the green light tonight for design? I'm not advocating for that. I just want to get some clarity around
Correct.
the potential timeline for opening in 2025.
In our discussions, if we had the green light to proceed with the design, now, there's some other considerations that we're discussing regarding the site, and so we'd have to be prepared to move forward with that.
But given that if we
correct.
move forward, if we know the site
Mm-hmm.
and you get a green light on design today, does that give enough space to open in 2025, or is that not something that we should be?
It would give us enough space to open within 25.
Okay.
Mr. Ostrom guaranteed me that could happen.
Did that warrant?
Didn't you?
Did that guarantee?
Didn't you?
Did that expire at 7 p.m. also?
that expired.
The flex school that we have in process right now addressed, my understanding is that it addressed a specific high growth need in that area. Is this situation around Aspen even close? I mean, is it worth considering a flex school? Is it an option? I don't understand everything that went into the decision of the flex school, but I'm just curious if it's worth investigating for this situation.
I think the flex school discussion was around the proximity of the property, and because it's right across the street, would we build an identical building across the street, number one, and number two, will the need shift over time so that we might need a different kind of building than an strictly elementary building? Others can chime in, but I don't think that would apply to this situation, although that's an important question to ask because
Village 9 is close to Aspen, but not quite in the same category. I would place it not in the same category as the flex school proximity.
And it's nestled more in another neighborhood, if westward, yeah.
And a decision to design, I just want to clarify, a decision to design, to green light a design of a school gives the option of approving the building to open in 2025. It doesn't mean that has to happen. The design can stay good for years. As I look from my peripheral vision to look for the reassuring nod of those in the know. So a design can last, but a design then gives you the option. Is it 25? Is it 26? When do we open it? But if we wait on approving a design, then we lose that 2025 option. But in answer to your question, I don't think anyone on staff would recommend a flex school, although that's a very good question to ask in this circumstance.
The big difference is we didn't have elementary school property in the Ridgeview area that we could build on. There is a piece in the Juniper area, but it's not going to be ready to be built on for 5 to 7 years, and so that was the big difference. And if we build an elementary school where the flex school is going in, then that kind of robs us from building a middle school, which is why it was purchased in the first place. And so it was a very innovative move for the specific area. I'd love to see it in another area, but I do want to see a little more data to see if that's how well this works before we'd make that decision again.
And this area of Daybreak, we planned it out well.
Yeah.
We have 3 elementaries. We already have property for a middle school, and we have property for a high school.
Yeah.
So we have the property we need for all of this.
Exactly.
Village 9, furthermore, Village 9 just isn't big enough to do a flex school like you're talking about because it's an elementary specific site. The flex school is built on a middle school
Property.
acreage.
Yeah.
Larger fields.
Mr. Larson had something.
Yeah, I was just going to add that the design buys you a great option and flexibility, but it does buy because you still have to pay to get it designed. That design, though, then is owned. We have it in the future, but there is a cost. Yeah.
But there's no doubt we'll build this school in the
Whether
Aspen
it's
area.
whether it's 25, 26, whenever that cost is going to have to be incurred. I just wanted to add that there is a commitment of funds of moving forward.
So we're looking for a motion tonight on moving forward with doing the design on Village 9. And then a recommendation from staff on what year they think that would best open, and if we should be doing a boundary change that we phase in, like we did with Oakleaf, or if we just wait and boundary change for the new school. Have I captured everything?
So
Okay.
President Miller, I move that we move forward with the site design approval for Village 9.
Second.
A little tie. Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards to move ahead with this site design approval on Village 9. Is there further discussion to that motion?
Move forward with the site design.
And to clarify for anybody listening at home in that area, this boundary change would not be proposed. I mean, at the earliest, it would be proposed to take place in the fall of 25, not the fall of 24. Not for this next fall. We're not talking about boundary change right now. This would be earliest fall of 25, even if we did a phased.
Okay, so all in favor of moving forward with the school site design on Village 9, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. And then our next step is then staff brings back a recommendation on when it should open and if it should be a phased boundary change or not.
You want us to bring
Everyone's
that
good
next
with
time?
that?
Next week.
How long do you
please.
need?
We can do it next week, can't we?
I can't.
Yeah, I don't know if that's.
We know you can.
I can make
I'm
an
in town in
uninformed
the morning.
recommendation next week. No.
Finance Committee is prepared at any moment to show you our options for funding.
You want to bring that back next week?
We're happy to.
Okay.
So when could we bring that back?
Could bring this back for the 14th of November.
That sound good?
Yes, I think that's good. Everyone good with that? Okay, do we still want the finance next week?
We'll do our discussion at the same time.
Okay, so finance
There's no need to decide any earlier.
options, when it'll open in Boundary on November 14th.
Yay.
Okay,
We just are really excited to blow you away. Mr. Larson is a genius. He is brilliant
Yes.
beyond compare. And when we ask him to come up with a tool, you know, I was expecting just this cute little, you know, rubber band gun made out of wood and polished, and he just blows us. He blows our mind every time we ask him to do something difficult. He has come up with a capital financing tool beyond your imagination.
to wait a whole month to see it
It
now?
is.
It's
Those
gonna
of
be
you who've
called
been
the crystal
those
ball.
of you who've been involved in capital funding discussions for a while will be blown away.
Awesome.
Next week.
He's getting further and further from
No,
the table.
I
What does
kind
that
of
mean?
said that last Nikki, am I wrong?
No, I really do think we should name the document the crystal ball.
I want it next
You
week.
can predict the
So
future.
the
with
crystal
this.
ball
Wait.
is working.
Bryce, the next time I speak publicly, can you introduce me? That would be great.
Wait till Coopertown. Cupertino.
Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break and then we will resume.
On that note.
And thank you so much,
Phew.
Thanks.
Mr. Hamlin, Mr.
Good
Feston,
job.
Scott.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson.
Scott, have a good trip.
Okay, we are on our next agenda item. We've made it to item H. It is the Harriman Bus Memo of Understanding. We talked about this back in August. We've had a shuttle bus going to Oakleaf Elementary. We talked about it back in August, about continuing that until the sidewalks are done and splitting the cost with Harriman City. We agreed to do that. The bus is going. Harriman has paid for some of that already, but we need to finalize the memo of understanding. So that's been going back and forth between the two organizations. So I believe we are at a spot where we can agree on the memo of understanding. So that is attached to board docs. And Mr. Larson, do you have anything to add about that?
No, I think you summarized it well. I do believe Harriman City informed us that they're good proceeding with this. So if we're good proceeding with it, then all parties are on board.
Hey, can I say something? So I think the sixth whereas is missing an E. That's all I have to say.
Oh, we have a typo.
The sixth whereas.
Yep. Thank you.
Oh.
After 5 whereases, you're just kind of
Start dropping letters off. Word limit. Okay, so is everyone okay with the?
I'd like to clarify that was Harriman's attorney.
I was just trying to cover.
Is everyone okay then? If we go ahead and sign the memo of understanding? Yes. Okay, that's great. I think we've
We're in a really good place with Harriman.
Yeah.
We're in a really good place with Harriman. Our communication is increasing. I think we understand each other a whole lot better. And some of the pain of the past is healing. I'm very, very appreciative to everyone involved. This was could have been a very awkward, painful experience, but I believe we just turned it into a very positive.
And they're on target right now. Hopefully the weather stays nice. I see the sidewalks going down, and we're in a good position there.
And so right now it's busing through the end of the calendar year for the schools, so through December 23rd.
Parents are being notified by multiple sources that come January there will be a change.
Okay, great, and thank you, Mr. Robinson and Mr. Dunford, for attending the meetings. Those are monthly meetings now that are happening with Harriman City, and I believe Mr. Larson and Mr. Thomas have also been attending those. So thank you. I think that's great. Okay, Mr. Larson, do we need a motion?
I guess I would prefer one, yes, if the board would.
President Miller, I move that we move forward with the Harriman Bus Memo of Understanding.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Robinson. Is there discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next agenda item is a discussion on impact fees for the new elementary school in Harriman. We've been calling it the Flex School, but it's the new elementary school in Harriman, and discussion on a road completion there. Mr. Larson, can you explain this one for us?
Yeah, thank you. The impact fees and 138 South, both of these are related to one another, and I'll describe that in just a bit. First, on these slides, I'm going to have a map to the side, so I just want to make sure everybody's oriented to where we are. The top part of this map, let's see if I can get a little pointer here. Right here is 134th. Then coming down, here's South Hills Middle School. This is Rosecrest Road, and this is Mountain View Corridor coming up on the west side. This is Mountain Ridge High School with Ridgeview Elementary School, and here is the new elementary school we're talking about right here. Okay, everybody feel good about where we are? Okay. Harriman is our only city that is charging us impact fees, but we were anticipating impact fees from Harriman, but we had only budgeted impact fees at $275,000 for this new school. Harriman's impact fee bill is for $1,042,000. And the reason for that, the large reason for that, is Harriman has decided to add to their impact fee something they had not charged us for in the past, and that is traffic impact fees. So the traffic impact fees is $686,000, and this is the first time we've seen that. So we are. It's quite a bit higher than what we anticipated. Now, if you do the math there, even without the traffic impact fees, it would have been higher than we anticipated as well. The other impact fees have gone up. So the way Harriman treats the traffic impact fees is that they are collected so the city can reimburse developers who construct a capital road. I think of a capital road as a major artery in and out of an area. 138th South is considered a capital road. So they're charging us so that they can construct 138th. And Jordan District is the developer of the new elementary school. So remember, they reimburse developers who construct the capital roads, but they collect the impact fees to reimburse the developers for that. So let's talk about 138 South. So on this map, this is the new school, and the new school property is this little rectangle right here. But our property extends up here. So it's a longer rectangle. So there's this smaller portion up here that will be undeveloped, but it touches 138 South right here. Because our property touches 138 South, we knew all along that we would be responsible to pay for our half of 138 South right here, this little piece right here. We knew that was coming. But because the elementary school is down here, we weren't anticipating it this soon. So we didn't budget for the construction of 138 South just yet. We figured that would come into the future.
So if we were building a whole middle school, then we'd be using our whole property.
The whole, yes, yep. However, Harriman City has asked that we build our portion of 138 South now. And the reason they're asking that is twofold. One is that their practice is that this is one plot of land, the whole thing. And even though we're only constructing on, 2/3 or 3/4 of that land, we're still developing the plot of land that borders 138 South. The second reason is that they are concerned about the traffic flow of having these three schools close together like that. Three schools pretty close with 2 elementary schools with parents more than likely going to both schools to pick up kids from one grade and then pick up kids from the older grade or vice versa. So they are looking for egress to get out. So they're hoping people can move along here and go along 138 South and exit right onto Mountain View Corridor. And that would give egress for all of that traffic to then disperse rapidly rather than trying to hit onto Mountain Ridge or Sentinel Boulevard over here. We do...
I just have a question on the intersection there with Mountain View. Did they talk about speed mitigation and traffic there? It seems like a Is there going to be anything there, or is it just the right turn when safe?
Right turn only.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a one way that way, but just no traffic light, just the
No
the stop
traffic
sign.
light. It's just a non-ramp acceleration lane. Yeah.
There is an acceleration lane that would be there.
Yeah, they've already built that, so there's a deceleration lane and a accelerating lane on the other side.
Right onto 138, and you can turn from 138 right onto Mountain View.
Correct, yeah.
But you can't be in that lane and go through.
Part of our contract with the contractor that's building this elementary school is to build the road that is east of the school. That is already budgeted for and contracted for, so this road will already be built. The dilemma here is this portion of 138th. Okay, which is not part of that contract. So this is still 138th. This up here is Riverton City and Harriman City down below. So part of the conversation we had with Harriman was, well, it would be nice if Riverton and Harriman could construct 138th together so that there was a full road going through here. Jordan, as you can see here, we have, this half of 138th, and we have the south half of that half of 138th. So we only have 1/4 approximately of the 138th road that's going to be going through here. However, for the reasons I've already mentioned, Harriman City would still like us to do that. And again, that traffic flow is pretty important to them.
So we would be building just our 1/4 of it.
Yes.
And is Harriman going to build the other quarter?
So eventually Harriman will build this quarter, and Riverton will build this half all along here. Or I'll rephrase and say the developer, whoever will be developing this land, that's how the cities require the developer to build their road.
Do we have a cost estimate?
Well, I don't want to give any specifics, but what I do have is this, that the cost is estimated to be close to, but maybe a little higher than our transportation impact fees. Okay. And the reason I don't want to go too much further on that is because to do this, we're going to have to design it and bid it. And so I want contractors to give us their best bid. So that's going to take us a little bit of time. As you know, this school's going to open up, so it's got to move fairly quickly. But again, this is a capital road. So when we build our portion of this, Harriman has indicated to us verbally in our meeting and confirmed in an email, 2 emails actually, I think, that they will reimburse us our portion of the traffic impact fees once that is completed. So they're asking us to pay the impact fee like they would other developers. It is true they haven't asked that in the past of us. But because this is a capital road, we would have been reimbursed when we construct that. So we pay it, we construct it, we get that money back.
We get some of that money back.
Some of that money. That's a good clarification. We only get the traffic impact fee portion of it back. Yes. That's their request.
So I'm confused. We're going to design 1/4 of a road. Don't want us to follow a unified design plan?
So I may need Mr. Rostrom to help me here, but my understanding is that we are going to, because it has to be, it has to be graded, everybody has to match up, so there needs to be one uniform design.
So
But
I
we
don't
would
want
be
to
responsible
pay
for our,
the design. Yeah. Go ahead.
There is an engineering firm that has already been working on the Riverton side of this project. So we would solicit their services to design the south portion, the portion that we would have to build. That way, all the sewer connections and elevations and
it'll end up being right.
But
I'm
we'll
just
only pay
wondering
for our
if we're
fourth.
Paying.
correct.
I mean, that feels like we don't get to choose who we work through. We pay whatever we're told to pay.
No, if we feel like that these fees are unreasonable, that would be my preference to use the same designer that's built the whole thing. But if not, we can get elevations from them and hire our own civil engineer to design our portion of it. So we're not bound to using that same designer, and we wouldn't pay for designing the whole section of the road. We would just pay our portion.
So would would there be some sort of memo of understanding for the reimbursement part of it?
I suppose we could go down an MOU path. I kind of figured our conversation with the two council members, their staff, and the email confirming it to all of us was
Sufficient. I felt the
sufficient.
same way.
Okay.
I think we have clear documentation of their intention. They included elected officials. I was on the list. Mr. Larson was on the list. Darrell was on the list.
Have we done this kind of impact fees and transportation fees in other cities that we've worked with? Or is this new for us?
So other cities haven't ultimately charged us an impact fee, but if you recall, Bluffdale wanted to. They had a impact fee that they were going to charge us, but then they also said, but we will waive it if the district will do these things for us. And the board agreed. So we gave Bluffdale several concessions, or just allowed them use of some of our land and our building in an agreement, and then they waived the fees. So in recent history, at least in the past, decade or so, Harriman's been the only city that's charged us impact fees.
Transportation fee is probably just unique because it's a arterial road.
Well, they're indicating that transportation impact fees could have been charged all along. What's unique about this one is that our property also is next to that Capitol Road, so we'll get those costs back. But if we hadn't been next to a Capitol Road, we wouldn't have had those costs back, but neither would we have had the expense of building a Capitol Road. We would have been building a smaller road.
We pay all the impact fee now. We pay to build the road. And then we get reimbursement for part of that road cost.
Impact fee back, yes. They said that's their normal process. They have worked with other developers on.
So what advantage is it to pay them now? Because it sounds like to me they're just borrowing our money.
It's their process that they've asked us to do. Not sure how else to answer that, because it does feel like they're just borrowing our money, and yet these are their normal steps they would do to complete things. I think the piece, if I'm speaking how I think Harriman would respond to that, I think they would respond that, well, 138th would have been in the works already, and then we would get this bill about the same time we're completing or doing 138th. we weren't anticipating that, and therefore there's a little bit of that disconnect that makes us unique in paying the fee and then building the road and then getting reimbursed.
If we had not built the flex school and this was just property owned by us and they were to build the road, would we then have to still pay that portion because we own property on it?
If someone, the owner who develops it has to build their half of the road. That's just general.
What if the road had already been built, though?
But if
What
someone else built the road, then we would have been paying the impact fee. It would then be reimbursing whoever else built the road.
So if there's a tract of land, farmland, and a capital road goes through, and that land isn't developed for 10 years, when it's developed in that 10th year, they charge you impact fees and take that money and give it back to the guy that developed it or that built the road 10 years ago?
Not being a city, I'm not sure how they do that. Yeah, my guess is that they have, just like the school district has all these different funds we use for different things, my guess is they have a fund for impact fees that is constantly charging and paying, and things are coming in and things are going out of it. And I don't know that they are so specific to say that road, that dollars goes to this person. My guess is it's coming and going and kind of being intermixed as impact fees are paid and capital roads are built.
So why don't they just charge us for the impact fee without the road, and then we just pay for the road?
We could propose that. I think they're looking for us to build that road, and therefore are looking for an incentive for us to get that money back. That'd be a guess, but we could go back and propose that and say, why don't we just skip paying that piece of it and we'll just get on building that road right now.
Requested that, that we give them the impact fees and the city build the road, but they didn't show any interest in doing that.
Yeah, they didn't, they require the landowner who adjoins that to build it, which is customary. I mean, they're not asking for something out of the ordinary that way. And we would have to build that road someday anyways. Our understanding of the timing of that was just different than theirs.
Do you have any idea how they come up with the traffic impact amount? Is it according to how many feet we own, or what is it?
They did a study. My understanding of it is they did a study. They hired a firm to do all the calculations. The city council then approves an impact fee schedule that indicates how much they will charge for different types of developments. And on their schedule, it indicates that the traffic impact fee will be based on the number of students for the school, the capacity of the school. And that is the calculation method utilized to determine the cost, if you will, of these roads coming in and out. So they did give us that, and you multiply that out by the number of students, and they're charging that amount.
We don't own the road, though, right? We don't maintain it. We don't.
No.
We're just building it. And then Harriman City or Riverton City, they actually own it, maintain it, fill the potholes.
Yeah.
Our property goes to the center of the road.
Oh, does it?
Yes.
Okay.
So we end up donating the property, and we do a road dedication to the city once it's been completed. And then they maintain it after that point.
Okay.
We donate the property and we have the cost to build our half of the road.
So there was talk in our meeting of maybe asking legislators for one-time money to build this road. What happens to our impact fees in that case? If the state comes in and says, we'll build the road for you, then do we have to build still our side? Do we have impact fees still to pay? What happens if it's funded in a different mechanism?
Harriman City assured us they would reimburse us if that occurred.
Okay.
However, the legislature won't have any decision on that until the middle of March at the earliest, I'm guessing. And at that point, trying to build the road that quickly for the beginning of school will be
pretty hard,
very difficult. And so Harriman is asking us to proceed.
Okay, so you need direction from us on whether or not to proceed with paying the full impact fee and then starting on the road construction.
Yes. That would be helpful.
President Miller, let's keep my streak alive. I move that we instruct staff to pay the impact fees and begin construction of the new road.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Robinson. Is there further discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so that motion passes 6-1 with Ms. George being the opposing vote. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is a potential property trade in Daybreak, Village 9. Ms. Richards, and welcome Mr. Thomas.
Yes, we discussed this earlier, and I'll just have Mr. Thomas, he's been in communication with Cameron, I guess it was.
Cameron Jackson.
And he has a little bit of an update, but it won't change what we talked about.
Yeah. So you know, we've talked about this site modification for Village 9. At the break, I was able to call Mr. Jackson with the Larry H. Miller team and express to him that the board's good moving forward. I said, we're still interested in, is it going to be a lot line adjustment or a trade agreement? And he said, more than likely a trade agreement, because it's going to be a three-way agreement between, I guess, the development, two separate investors, and the school district. So they're going to go to work on a trade agreement. I also asked about the early access agreement and what we had talked about earlier. And I said, you know, again, in good faith, if the board grants that early access agreement, what kind of work? Because a month and a half ago, we were talking, they wanted to get on. And at that point, it was do some preliminary, surveys and some different things like that, some soil testing. And he said they'd actually be interested in doing some grading and some other types of activities on that piece now. So he's going to put that together with the contingency that if the deal doesn't go through, that they would have to return all of the property to its original condition. So that's where we're at.
Ungrade property?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so this trade is 12.01 acres for 12.01 acres. So
We're very close.
As a district, we come out with the same as we have. It's just being shifted a little bit.
Just a different configuration.
Site configuration.
Okay.
Manholes.
Yeah, no manholes.
So we probably need a motion then to move forward with the trade agreement and to grant early access.
I represent it, but your facilities. So.
You go ahead.
All right. President Miller, I move that we direct staff to move forward with the property trade in Daybreak Village 9 as proposed.
I will second.
And do we want?
And do you want to add the granting early access?
And that we grant early access as requested.
Okay, so motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards to move forward with a trade agreement for property in Village 9 of Daybreak and to grant early access. Is there further discussion to that motion?
Correct me if we're wrong, but there was some moving of signs and stuff, Marilyn, in our meeting. Is that this property, and has that been covered?
Yes.
I talked to Cameron about that. He said that certainly will not be an issue at all. They'll move the sign from the southwest corner onto what the new configuration would be, and they'll also have to remove the sewer that was put in.
So we don't have to give any direction on that. That will just happen.
Correct. He also told me that because of this trade, that there will be no out-of-pocket expenses for the school district in terms of closing. So it's a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Where we're starting design plans, that early access isn't going to cause any problems.
Not for us. I mean, that's another thing that I'll have to, that'll be a bit of a surprise to Mr. Jackson that we're gonna, and so what I'm thinking just off the top of my head right now is that early access agreement would be reciprocal, meaning we're gonna have to access the new portion as well. Because we've got some soil testing and some different things of our own to take care of.
For sure.
Quickly get a legal description and get that going. So we'll make it reciprocal if you're okay with that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards, to move forward with the trade agreement and grant early access and making that reciprocal also.
Okay.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. And just express to the Miller Group that, grateful that they have been, great partners to consider what we need in this and to continue working with us until we were able to come to an agreement on what's going to work for both of our organizations. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. And I've already conveyed that, but I'll do it again.
Yep.
You bet.
Okay, our next item is the UDOT Redwood Road pedestrian sidewalk ramp project proposal. So Ms. Richards and Mr. Thomas.
And again, we discussed this earlier, and I can let Mr. Thomas have input if there's any. I mean, I don't think there's any update there, but
Not really. We're not familiar with all of the details of the project, just the land request and what they intend to do. And along Redwood Road, I guess they're making many of these purchases from organizations and businesses to do some ADA access modifications and updates, enhancements to the sidewalk. So it's something that Dave and I have both looked at, just based on the rough design that we've seen or what the taking is. We're good with it. They promise to work around the current marquee, and that when the time comes for the project, that they'll work with us to make accommodations for safe walk routes and safe passage to the school.
And so then for the record, UDOT would be purchasing a small piece of land from
Correct.
us.
It was just a little over total 400 square feet, and we're going to pay us. I think it was just under $6,000 for that. It was about $13.50 a square foot.
and the property that we're speaking about, it can only improve it, I think.
Right.
It'll be a great
Yeah.
improvement
Yeah.
because we wouldn't really have any use for that sliver.
Okay, so we have talked about just discussing this and then putting it on the consent agenda for next week's meeting. Is everyone still good with that? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, we are now on to Board Policy GP 109, construction of the agenda. And this is part of our regular policy review. This is the policy that we're scheduled to review this month. So that is attached, or there's a link to that on Board Docs, and just need to know if everybody is good with the policy as is, or if you want to consider making changes to it.
I will say once again, this policy does not reflect our practice. And so either we live with it, or we adjust the policy to reflect our practice, or we reflect our practice to we change our practice to reflect the policy. There is an awkwardness to a 1, 2, and a 3. So we've never practiced it. I didn't for 2 years, Tracy hasn't for 3 years, so there's an awkwardness to it, but there's a formality to the construction of the agenda.
Wait, I thought we took the 1, 2, and 3 we took out. That's not in here anymore. Are you looking at an
Am
old
I looking
version?
at an old one? Oh, thank goodness.
We did revise this
Okay.
policy
In
in
21.
November of 2021, so we revised it 2 years ago.
Okay, I'm looking at the old one. Thank goodness. It needed to be taken out.
There are still a few things that I don't think we necessarily practice. So I think that, to your point, it's true. We don't always require all 3 supporting people to send written requests for agenda items.
We do. If it comes to executive committee, usually there's 3 of us on executive, and if at least 2 of us want it on the agenda, plus the person that requested it, it's on the agenda. But if 2 people on executive committee said, no, we don't want this, then I would go back to the person requesting it and say,
Get another one.
executive didn't want this on the agenda, but if you can find 2 other board members that do, it automatically goes on.
But
So that's what that,
in the past, I just thought we could say, oh, I talked to so-and-so. I didn't know it was as formal as we all
is
write an emailed request individually.
I don't think we've rejected.
Yeah, not
Too many.
Adjust time.
But, I mean, do you want to change that so it can be verbal or written?
I don't know if it's worth changing.
The other thing that we haven't, the practice that we haven't done, when a board member requests an agenda item, that they include a description, the desired outcome statement, and the name of the person presenting.
Yeah, and the policy that
And the
it
policy,
refers
if
to.
applicable. Although, I think that would be really helpful information.
It
if-
would.
And get it to us 7 days before.
7 days before. I think that's a little much.
I think, no, because executive committee meets to put the agenda together right now on Wednesday
6 days.
prior to the Tuesday. So right now it's 6 days, but there's been a time in the past when executive committee was.
I don't mind it
That's going to
being.
vary depending on who's on executive committee.
I don't mind it being in there. I think we're fine to accept something later. It's nice if it comes 7 days early.
We have to have gotten it before Friday.
Yeah.
So it has to come at least.
I think the later you wait, the more chance that it doesn't make the agenda. Because if the executive committee didn't have that, then we got to figure out how to work it in.
Yeah, unless there are extenuating circumstances.
Well, and it does say not less than 7 days prior to a board meeting when possible.
Right.
Oh, the when possible kind of is.
That already leaves the
Yeah.
opening. To add stuff if needed.
I missed that. You're right.
Superintendent, have you ever had a request for something on the agenda that got rejected?
No.
Okay.
I was appropriately talked out of a couple of agenda items, I think, but not an absolute rejection.
That was a nice way to put it. We should write that in our policy. We don't ever turn down agenda items. We just appropriately
Talk you out of it.
talk you out of it.
Appropriately talked out. Writing it.
The one thing I would add, just having been in that position, is I would hope that every board member feels empowered to put something on the agenda, that you are not waiting to be acted upon, that you have the power to act. Whether executive committee puts it on the agenda or not, if there's something you want to discuss, I would hope every board member feels empowered to say, I know how to get an item on the agenda. It's so refreshing when a board member has a passion, wants to discuss something, lays forth an agenda item, is more happy to present it. I just think there's something refreshing about a board member knowing if there's something I want to talk about, I know how to get it on the agenda.
And I will add one thing that if it's, because a lot of times board members will just bring like a concept forward and we'll just kind of talk about it. And, but if it's really a request to be on the agenda, having this description, what the desired outcome is, who's presenting, and if there's a board policy, that would help move it onto the agenda.
There have been a few times I've sent an email to Tracy and just asked her, would this be an appropriate thing to discuss? And she's called me pretty quickly after I email her, and she'll ask me these types of questions. Well, what are you hoping to accomplish? And yeah. So that's been beneficial for me. I appreciate that.
I think we work in unity so much that the things I want, somebody else wants too. And so I haven't really had this desire that I need to push an agenda item, because every time I have something I want to bring forward, somebody else is usually bringing it too. And so.
Okay, so do we have any suggested changes? Okay. All right, well, we will leave this as is. But at any time someone wants to change any of our policies, they're welcome to request an agenda item for it. So if you think you have a change for this at some point later, we can always bring it back. But for now, we'll leave it as is.
Can I make a recommendation that we have an effective date, a revision date? Maybe we should put a review date on the document.
Oh, that we reviewed it, but we just didn't make any changes?
Yeah, just an idea.
I've noticed that in a lot of other districts at the bottom just has a review.
That's a great idea. I really like that, because that would have told me so many times, yes, we've talked about it, even though the date on the policy was earlier.
Yeah.
I think that's brilliant.
Is everyone good with that?
I like it.
If we revise a policy, if we review a policy but don't revise it, that date appears on the document.
Because then we can go back and say, yeah, we talked about it in that board meeting. We can come back and re-listen to what we talked about.
So if we had that in effect right now, this would say effective, revision, last reviewed, and the revision and last reviewed would be the same date, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I really like that too, because sometimes you look at a policy and you think, oh, we haven't looked at this for 10 years, but we might have. We just left it alone.
I had looked at it 3 or 4 times. We might want to keep that review date, like if there's a second one, keep it on there until it's reviewed again. I don't know. Just an idea. I think it just shows people that we're looking at these, and shows ourselves. Actually, I think the tool is better for me than everyone else. But
Okay, so one change, we will add a last reviewed date.
And can we do that on all of ours?
Yeah, should we do it as we review it?
Going
We'll add the date going forward. Okay.
I'd hate someone to do the work of going and figuring out.
Me too.
Yeah, no, going forward.
We're going forward.
Sorry, no,
Okay.
don't go dig through every meeting.
Okay, great. Our next. Okay. Our next agenda item is Board and Superintendent reports and comments. Facilities Committee, you've had an awful lot already tonight. Do you have anything else?
No, just looking forward to our next meeting with those agenda items taken care of.
Okay, Finance.
Finance Committee meets next Friday, but we have scheduled, why am I drawing a blank? We have scheduled the auditors to come and report, so that we will be hearing that and then bringing that to the board. Squire, oh my goodness. We have scheduled Squire and Company, so. And we are chomping at the bit to unveil Mr. Larson's new funding tool.
Next week?
I sat in a meeting of finance committee many, many years ago, and we couldn't put our finger on what was broken that needed to be fixed. And one of the members of the committee finally said, Mr. Larson, what we need is you looking out the front window and telling us what we don't see, and providing the tools that will help us see what we need to see. We then talked about a projection. Mr. Larson came back and provided that tool, which has been, I think those of you who have joined the board since that and take it for granted that that's how all boards talk about negotiations, would be very surprised to go see another board and not having that tool. That projection that Mr. Larson provides every year has become absolutely invaluable. And it has just been a tremendous tool at guiding the board, making wise, informed decisions. So we as a finance committee just kind of said, what if we had a tool like that for capital funding? And I thought maybe 2 years from now he'd develop it. We came back at the next finance committee meeting and he had developed this tool, which would probably take even a seasoned Excel user months to develop. The brilliance of this tool is worthy of all of my praise. And I mean that. I just am blown away, and we're very excited to unveil this tool.
Can't wait.
So can we have that on the agenda next time? Can we
Yeah,
can we
that's what I
do an
think.
override on?
It is not, one of the challenges, it does not qualify for a closed session discussion. It must be done in open session. So we will unveil it in a way that we feel like can still allow us to purchase properties in an appropriate way.
This is kind of like
November 14th still?
We will.
this is kind of like we are giving you the greatest Christmas gift ever, and you just talk it up, and then you tell us we have to wait till Christmas.
Yep. It's worth it. It's worth
It's
worth
worth the
you
wait.
guys not sleeping for the next 3 weeks in anticipation.
Awesome.
Goodness, we are a rare breed
All
in
right.
this room, aren't we?
Government-
We're not sleeping because we're excited about a
I moved to
spreadsheet.
that be item number 1 on that discussion.
Hey, government relations.
So we had another great meeting with our legislators who came last week to talk a little bit. It's been a really successful format. I feel like there's been a lot of back and forth. We've talked about the items that are our priorities. We've also gone outside of that. And I think that's a really hopeful sign that this is a good direction to be taking. So we have one more scheduled for this Thursday. We do actually have only 2 board members coming to that one. So if anyone else is around and looking for a good time, you're invited.
Me? Right?
Oh, are you?
Or
Oh,
am I?
Maybe you don't. Never mind. You're not invited.
Oh, no, you
anymore.
just mentioned it to me, so.
I think I did mention it to you. As
Okay.
soon as you said that, I was like, oh, yeah. Shoot. Anyway, so.
But if one of you would rather go, I cannot go because I've been to one already.
You have me
so.
down, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's what we've been up to. We will meet and kind of hash out similar themes and continue to prepare for our December meeting with everyone. So that's good.
Let me just add, Lisa and I really felt like it was productive. We enjoyed it.
I'm so glad. And it sounds like you guys got some good action too. So thank you for not only talking, but kind of calling them to action. Great work. So that's it for government relations for now.
Thank you. Anything from ESP Joint Relations?
No.
Not yet. Okay, GIAC.
We're meeting tomorrow, and then I just want to mention again the employee open house on November 2nd from 4 to 6. I would like to mention the employee open house for GIAC on November 2nd from 4 to 6 here at JATC South. For the employees of Jordan School District.
That's the ethic.
about your good ideas and celebrations.
Coming from the GIAC committee?
What?
And it's put on by the GIAC
Yes,
committee?
it's put on by
Okay.
the GIAC committee.
They did it last year, I think.
Yeah. Last year there was a family open house and also an employee open house. And so this year, we're doing the same thing.
Did you say 6?
4 to 6.
4 to 6.
Okay, thank you. JPAC.
Yeah, we have just changed the date from our original meeting from November 7th to October 30th. It'll be a virtual meeting, and it will be a small introductory area, and then we're mostly on the Portrait of Graduate. People have been notified, Mr. Anderson or Dr. Anderson.
Yeah, we've got for the 30th, everybody that's sent us their school community council chair, they should be finishing up this is the last week that they really can finish up their chair elections. And so I think we've got almost 2/3 of the chairs sent that invitation for the 30th.
Okay, perfect.
How much time do you need before we turn the time over to Education Elements so that I can give them kind of a rough idea?
Great question. No one else brought a whole lot of things to us, and I think because it's virtual, it might be a little bit difficult. But maybe addressing just some of the organization of the committee and talking a little bit about some of the changes that were made to community councils this year might be great. So I think 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay.
I think that should be plenty. What do you think, Mr. Anderson?
If
Dr.
that's
Anderson?
prior to Education Elements,
Mhm.
yeah, that should be fine.
Anyone feel strongly to address anything else at this meeting?
Do other board members, usually we assign like 3 board members to be on, but where we're just turning the time over to Education Elements,
Do
we're
we?
just gonna have you be on. Do we need anyone else on?
That's up to all of you.
That's what I'm going to do with LEAC. I'm going to start the meeting, talk to LEAC about the purpose of it, and then step out and let Ed Elements take the meeting from then on.
Other board members?
I don't think so.
Okay, great. And then LEAC.
LEAC will be I wanted to wait until towards the end of this week. I don't want to give them too much notice, but I want to give them a decent notice. So sometime this week, I'm going to be reaching out to LEAC, inviting them to the October 30th meeting. We're on at 4, right? And you're on at 5:30. Okay. So 4 o'clock on October 30th, I will get on just briefly to introduce what the board's position on why the board has chosen to go forward, and then step out and let them gather information and give their comments. So
And have the elections been happening?
they are in the process. I am reaching out principal by principal, one at a time, and as you know, I had a very crazy couple weeks, so I'm just picking that up. Reaching out one at a time to say, here are the instructions, would you please hold a new election? Where an election has occurred, they will be invited to the meeting on the 30th. Where it hasn't occurred, we'll just have the old representatives.
Okay. JLC is next. They normally have their first meeting in January, and there's been several of us JLC members that are requesting that we start meeting sooner. I mean, we need to. There's already like 40 education bills that have been filed, and there's also been some question about the upcoming constitutional amendment. So hopefully we will be having a meeting sometime in November, but I'll let you guys know when I find out about that. For Jordan Education Foundation, thank you to all of you who came to the Economic Summit. It was a great event, very informative, lots of great speakers on that. The other thing going on with the foundation right now is applications for classroom grants have been open, and they close October 15th, so they'll be closing soon. So any teachers that want to apply for classroom grants need to get that in right away. PTA.
So PTA just had their advocacy conference. They had a great panelist, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, opened that up for them. And something of interest is that they voted on a resolution during that meeting asking the state to help fund seismic testing for schools. So I thought that was interesting given what we've discussed as a board. Yeah. Other than that, things are going well. We've been able to meet as a region and just be very entertained by Dr. Godfrey. Nothing else too new to report.
And the PTA Region Associate Director is also serving on this steering committee for our Port River Graduate Education Elements. So it's been great to have that connection there too. Okay, Salt Lake Academy Board.
Yeah, so Dr. Godfrey and administrators Brad Sorensen, Brian Vesey, and myself met with them recently this last week and had a great discussion of changes. As you know, we have a new director there, and they've reorganized their staff a little bit, and great things are happening. And I think we're going to have a great relationship moving forward. I think add Mr. Vesey to kind of the communication level will be really, really valuable for them and for us. And so I'd like to have them make a presentation to the board, if that's okay. So preferably next time, but if it can't fit on the agenda, the next possible time. It'd be just nice for them to kind of introduce themselves and certainly share with them what they're doing at the academy.
And that is something we've had a couple times in the past. Part of their accountability to us is they come and present. Okay, I'll jot that down. Salt Lake County Parks and Rec.
So I mentioned before the opening of the last bit of Parley's Trail that connects Parley's Trail to the Jordan River Parkway. And on the 28th, I was able to ride from Fairmont Park down to the Jordan River on this trail and be at the ribbon cutting of it. I feel like it's really cool to have some east-west connectivity between Jordan River and clear into Sugar House is really pretty cool. And you get to even ride under the spaghetti bowl, which was really pretty cool. So anyway.
Well,
and there's no meeting this
more
week.
Connectivity out here.
I know. It's taken actually a lot of years and a lot of hard work by a lot of people to get it done. So anyway.
Thank you. Utah High School Activities Association.
We meet again in November. Actually, I went to 2 region meetings this week, so yeah, I'm staying current.
And then Utah School Boards Association had their fall meeting. Oh, I think that was last week, maybe the week before. Thank you to all of our board members who attended that. Just one more thing I wanted to say on USBA. You probably got something about elections coming up. And so if you're interested in running for vice president for that, I just want to clarify, they alternate every year between single regions and multi-regions. And this year, the multi-regions are up. That's right. And so we're a single region because we're a large district. But we have a bunch of multi-regions are when smaller districts are grouped together and they vote for one board of director member. So when we vote for the vice president, they move up to president-elect, and then they move up to president. And so it makes sure that the president 1 year is from a big urban district, and the next year is from more of a rural district. And so it's the rural, it's multi-districts this year. Any questions on that? So if you wanted to run for vice president, you don't qualify this year. You'll have to wait until next year. That's the point of what I just had to say.
Sorry, Nikki.
Nikki.
Okay. Do we have any other board member comments or reports?
We have an ad hoc committee with the library materials policy, and so if we can take the next hour or so. we're ready to start making some recommendations to the board, but we're not ready to present tonight because the time it will take, but maybe on the next agenda. But again, nothing's set in stone. We're just looking, what we've currently been doing is looking at the state law and the state board rules and see how other districts have interpreted both of them and how we have and the differences between them. Also, the Education Interim Committee is proposing some changes, and so they'll be presenting tomorrow. So we want to kind of anticipate some changes. I'm pretty sure that whatever we do, when we present this, we may do a couple of things. We may choose not to do anything. We might choose to make some changes, small changes or wholesale changes. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some talk and possible changes in the future bills, and so I think whatever we do might need to be revised again. And so this might be an ad hoc committee we consider keeping intact until at least after the legislation committee. But without getting into too much details, but I think we're just looking at who can challenge a book and mostly what happens to the book when it is challenged, and when a book is pulled off, where does the book review go? Do we go to a district review immediately? Does it have to be appealed there? And then ultimately, the use of a restricted category is something we haven't used in the past, and it's in some of the recommendations. And so that's kind of a short little version of a lot of discussion that we have in the future. So I just wanted to kind of give you kind of this draft and then let you know that Lisa, Nikki, and I can answer your individual questions before we present this next time or in 2 times, whichever is the best. But questions, comments?
I read through the USBE model policy.
Sample policy. Yeah.
Sample policy. And our policy closely resembles it, but there are some things that are different. And I was curious how we determined that we would not follow that piece of the model policy. I think one example was if a book is removed, it's removed from all the similar schools. That was one, I think, that was different, where we just said it's removed from just that school. There was one other item that seemed a little major that we...
The restricted section?
Yeah, there was a restricted section that was talked about. So,
Yeah, we've been reading that pretty closely as well.
how do we determine, when we're making our policies and we're following a model policy, how do we determine, well, or do we just talk about it and say, we don't like this part of the model policy, we're not going to do that, but we do like this, so we are going to do that? Is that kind of how the discussion goes?
I think an important part to remember is this is new legislation that we were kind of trying to interpret along the way. And remember, we didn't have the luxury of looking at other boards and how they interpreted it, and we didn't have the state board sample policy for a long period of time before. And so whenever something new is introduced, there's adjustments to be made along the way. So, I mean, I invite you to listen to our robust discussions that we had. We had a lot of them. We had open houses. Quite frankly, when we approved this, we thought more people would come to speak on it, and they didn't. And even when we approved it, we all agreed that we would be back revising this policy again because it is kind of new, and so even us reviewing it, this is not a surprise. We all knew this would come, and I'll just make a prediction. We will review this again relatively shortly after we approve this. So we're just trying to get this right. and to make sure that it's right. But I think we really valued local control and local voice, you know, and I see, and I've debated this in my own mind. I think we've talked about this as a committee. I see beauty in having one review committee, but then at the same time, I love the local control, and I love the idea of, under what we're currently kind of throwing around, is maybe having both and having more eyes on it. But it's really hard too, because then you don't have the consistency. So, you know, we just tried to do the best we can, and I think we did a pretty good job at a first attempt. And Davis has adjusted theirs twice, I think, since their policy came out. And so
The sample policy is different than USBE rule. When USB comes out with a rule, that's kind of a, you have to do this. Am I understanding it correctly? But the sample policy was
left
just
open to
kind of
interpretation
just
more.
help us get going with it.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that we had to follow. There was a
Correct.
difference there, right? Okay.
You might notice on the draft that's on board docs is that step. So if a school committee votes to remove, then that will make an automatic referral to a district review committee. So it does more closely align with what you're talking about in that model policy. Where it's like, I don't want to say I can't, but we're suggesting that if a book is inappropriate at one school, then it needs to be looked at as a district.
So should we do an automatic trigger instead of forcing an appeal to have it looked at deeper?
Yeah.
And then what should happen to the book? Should it be removed at that grade level all the way through the district, or what? And again, nothing that we've done is in stone. Like you all get to hear and talk about it, but I just wanted to let you know we've been doing some work on this. This is like a quick peek, and certainly if you want greater details before it comes to the full board, you're welcome to reach out to us.
We just kind of wanted to take your temperature too. If
I wasn't necessarily advocating that we follow the model policy exactly. I was just curious the process that we went through. Yeah.
And that's kind of why we're also looking at that sample policy and then other districts' policies, and why did they come up with that way. I've called several of them and talked to them at some of our events, and so it's been very interesting to listen to what's worked for them, what's not. It's interesting to know that some districts aren't even getting any challenges. And
I actually reached out to Natalie Klein, is that her name, on the USBE, and Cindy
Davis,
because aren't they kind of overlapping in Jordan School District?
No, maybe Christina Bogas?
No, Cindy Davis.
is also.
Those also.
Cindy's up my area.
And I just emailed them and asked them, when they wrote the model policy for this, what was the motivation for a committee, for getting a committee together of non-elected people to make this decision? I was curious why they thought using a committee was a good way to approach this. I did get a response back from Ms. Klein, and she sent me, 10 links of 2-hour meetings to go. I haven't gone through all of them yet. But she said it was a difficult process for USBE. I guess there were lots of differing opinions on how to write this model policy. And I haven't got an answer back yet, or I haven't gotten to the link that gives me the answer I'm looking for as to why they chose to go with an unelected committee to make this type of a decision. But that's a concern of mine. Why are we using a committee? Or why are we letting a committee make the final decision rather than just, like you, are coming back with some recommendations? Why don't we have, if we want to use a committee of parents and teachers, why don't we have them come back with a recommendation? and let the decision making be done here at the elected level. So that was one concern.
I just don't know. Yeah, I just don't know if.
I want to look at their recommendations.
But I don't know if a board member has the bandwidth to review all of these. Like, we are kind of a volunteer elected, we all have full-time jobs, we have full-time families, and then to ask me to also review all those books and not trust the community out there, I think that's asking a whole lot of elected officials. That's almost like asking legislators, well, if you feel so strongly about this, why are you not reviewing the book? You should just review the book and tell us whether or not. I think there's such a value in using members in our community and people in our schools in making these decisions, and we trust them to do it. I trust them to do that as well as I trust the police force to enforce the law instead of me as the mayor or city council giving out tickets. And so what our job really is to provide a really strong policy, a roadmap or a guide for them to make proper good decisions. And when those decisions aren't being made, then we go back and look at the law, or we go back and, in our case, look at the policy and say, what changes need to be made so that they can, so we enable them to make that decision, if that makes sense. But to do the work for our community, I think, is overstepping where we should be.
But I'd also say the school review committee is coming from the school community council, who is elected
That's
by the members of their school.
I didn't see anywhere in AA 440 where it stipulated how the committee is chosen. We don't specify in the policy, as far as I can tell, how is this committee chosen. And I think that's part of the reason why there's some distrust. I love what you said, Daryl, that I like to leverage the community and use the parents and the teachers to help with these types of decisions. But I think there's a level of distrust, which is why we have so many people speaking in our meetings about this and emailing us about it, is because they don't trust the policy. They don't trust that it's representative of the community, these committees that are created. And I think we've heard once or twice people saying that I've tried to be on these committees and I've been denied every time. So I guess first of all, I question the creation of these committees. How are they being selected? We don't stipulate how that's done, so I don't know how it's being done. I don't know if it's fair. I don't know if it's representative of the community. And I don't have the time either to sit around and read 50 books a year, or however many get. But if a committee comes back to me and says, we're going to reject or we're going to vote to remove this book, and these are the reasons why, I don't have to read the whole book. I can look at their reasons why, maybe look at a few pages that they reference and make a determination in my own mind. I wouldn't expect this board to review and read all those books.
Hadn't read.
So I think you have some great ideas. I think that your ideas should be given to the committee. I would be really happy to have the next meeting and I'll step out, and that you be present and share these with the rest of the committee so that we don't bring back something that you would recommend us to bring back, because there is in committee work, there's just a really big value of back and forth, and are we catching everything? And if you're catching things that we're not, we need to hear them before we present them in a broader view, even though we can all change anything that we bring. Nothing's in stone, but you have enough, you're researching this in such a depth that's very valuable to our ad hoc committee. And so if you'll be willing, you can sit in on the next meeting and I'll step out.
Yeah, it's fine, as long as I'm in town.
But one thing I hear you asking for is something in the policy that says how the committee's selected.
That would be helpful, I think.
Our community.
to make sure it's representative. It's unbiased. It's not one person selecting all the members that are going to be participating. You know, those are the kind of thoughts, whether that's happening or not. Whenever something goes the way that you don't want it to go, those are the questions that are coming into mind. So if there's a book that's challenged and you think it should be removed, but it's retained, you're thinking, oh, well, the committee must have been stacked, or, you know, those are the types of thoughts that you have. But if we can say, well, this is how the committee was selected. We had 20 people apply. We randomly selected 7 of them, or, you know, something like that.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying is exactly what we need to catch in order to get this right. So I would just invite you to come and speak to us, and
Yeah, just let me know when the
Okay.
next meeting is.
we'll schedule around you.
Okay, any other board comments or reports? Superintendent, do you have anything?
Just that I appreciate the representation today at the Jordan Education well, it was the Show Up event for Unified Sports, the state soccer tournament, and Jordan is an important component of that event. And Mike Haynes was on the panel, which was really exciting, and did a great job there. We had board members there, Jordan Education Foundation board members there, and staff members from special education and high schools there, and it's exciting.
Just Unified Sports has been in some schools for quite a while, but we're the first district that stepped up and said we're going to go district-wide. Is that correct?
That's right, and we're working toward that end, and we had great representation in the middle school and high school events last week. And so this is my 3rd Unified Sports event in as many weeks. I went out to Hillcrest High School and saw an event a few weeks ago. So it's great to see students and staff and parents and the board and the foundation board all step up, and the First Lady recognized the work that Jordan has done. Lots of other districts are working on it too. We've had great support from Special Olympics, but I'm just proud to be part of that. Had some parents who were very grateful for the progress that the district has made in being inclusive of students. So just a really rewarding oasis in the day, I would say, to be able to spend time there.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our agenda for tonight. Boy, lots of good stuff to get through. Nice work. So we do have a couple of things to discuss in closed session though. So thank you to all of those who may still be online. Appreciate you being with us tonight. And I will take a motion to go into closed session.
I'll move that we go into closed session for character, competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Mr. Robinson. The motion is to go into closed session. Roll call vote. Mr. Dunford?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Richards?
Yes.
Ms. George?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that passes unanimously.